Customer appreciation. As you notice, there's been some changes made. We tried to make a pivot because of the torrential rain that was forecasted. And wouldn't you know, it's sunny. But you still make those changes. My name is Ryan Teach. I'm our brand manager here at St. Croix. Back in the back is Christian Simpkins. Christian is our co-staff coordinator here. And the guy we have in front here is Mike Yawk. So Mike, if you follow him on social media, he is the fish and mission, all right? The neat thing is that Mike is one of the most diverse brand ambassadors and analytical protein members we have on our team. It's a fantastic person to have in the St. Croix family. Mike, I think my favorite piece that you did was the sturgeon kayak fishing. You asked him about that on the side. I'm not comfortable enough in a kayak to go hand to hand with a sturgeon, but I said it's nice to see somebody that is. So the other thing you're going to notice about listening to Mike talk is that Mike has a reputation in the fishing industry of being like the all-around good guy to talk to. So if you have any questions, go ahead and ask him. The people that we have presenting here today all have that reputation. Otherwise, we wouldn't have them. So lastly, you're a wealth of knowledge when it comes to the Mississippi River. Everybody, welcome Mike Yawk.
Thanks. All right. Well, thank you for the kind words there, Ryan. And I am super happy and proud to be here at St. Croix Rod's Customer Appreciation Day to help you guys catch some fish. So before I get started, I just want to ask a quick question here. Who here likes to fish? Right? Okay. All right. Who here likes to fish with St. Croix rod in their hand? Right? Okay. Who here wants to help me move a piano out of my basement tomorrow morning? Okay. All right. I got more takers than I thought I would. That's good. That's good. So, as Ryan had said, I am a multi-species angler. I come to you from Pool 9 of the Mississippi River in Lansing, Iowa. And what I like to do is I like to chase the hot bite. Okay, I don't target one specific fish. I like catching them all. I figure if it's swimming in the river, that's the fish that I want to catch. Now, if you're not familiar with the Mississippi River is 2,300 miles long. It's got over 250 species in the water, so you're bound to catch something. And it's made up of, you have the main channel, and then you have miles of tributaries, sloughs, and backwaters. And really, if it's your first time fishing the river, that can be pretty intimidating. So what I would tell anyone is just start small, find a backwater access area, fish that, and work your way out. And I promise you, you'll catch fish. You'll be so involved catching fish, you won't even realize that you actually made it out to the main channel. And then pretty soon you'll have a wide variety of fishing spots for you to choose from. My definition of a hot bite is a consistent bite with the greatest chance of a PB, a personal best. And it's not about the lure that catches the fish. It's about the knowledge. You can throw the best lures out there, but if the fish aren't there, you're not going to catch anything. So first you need to know where to find them. These are some things that are constantly on my mind, and everyone needs to think about when fishing the river. First and most important thing is the water temperature. That's going to determine which fish that you should be targeting on that specific day. Current in a river system is vital. Current is what brings oxygen to the fish. It's what adjusts the temperature, hot or cold. And most importantly, it's what brings the food to the fish. It's a conveyor belt of food. Imagine yourself sitting in your recliner and you have a conveyor belt of buffalo wings coming towards you, right? That's what the current seams are, okay? Predator versus prey relationship. I'll kind of explain that a little bit further as we get into the summer months. And what I'd like to do is just kind of give you a broad overview of what a year on the Mississippi River is like. So, my open water season basically starts in the middle of March. As soon as there's open water to be fished, I'm looking to get on it. And in this particular picture, if you can see in the background, there's ice chunks there. There's sheets of ice. I had to push my kayak about 50 yards on these ice sheets just to get into the water. But what I love about that is that I know exactly what I need to be looking for. And this time of the year, when the water temp's 32, 39 degrees, fish are in their wintering holes. And on the Mississippi River, a wintering hole is anywhere from 20 feet up to 60 feet, or even deeper than that. Fish are lethargic, so that will dictate my presentation. So I got to slow my presentation down. And what I look for are the walleyes. The walleyes and the perch and the saw guys is what the majority of the fishermen on the river at that time are looking for, because those are the ones that come into spawn earlier. And what I look for in March is, as that temperature, water temp rises, it'll go 32, 35, 37. But with each uptick of temperature, the fish start sliding out of their wintering holes. What you're going to see on the Mississippi River starting in March and running through basically into June, kind of like where we are right now, you're going to see several different species of spawn runs. And once you figure out one particular species of spawn run, they're pretty much all the same. All these fish are coming out of their wintering holes and they're looking to spawn. So they're looking for food and they're sliding out of these holes. And so they're looking for the shallow spots, a quick, easy meal, a place where they can come up, grab a meal, and then slide back down and rest until it's their turn to spawn. And what I tell people is this is a time that you use your confidence baits. Like I said, there's not one particular lure that catches all the fish. There's 1,000 ways to catch a fish, and you throw what you know. Okay, some people like to use the bobbers. Some people like to vertical jig. Some people like to troll. Some people like to drift. I'm a cast and retrieve guy, so I like to spot lock and cast and retrieve to catch these fish. This is also a great time when the spawns begin, maybe to start feeling sick. If you guys have one of those jobs that you have to go to work every day, yeah, it's a good time to maybe start feeling a little bit sick. But the pro tip is, don't take a picture of your fish and post it on social media the day that you're sick. All right? Yeah. So now we're coming into April, and the beginning of April, the fish are going to be shallow. The walleyes and the perch. Now I know do we have perch people in here, right? Yeah, they're a great tropical fish to catch on the river. I'm a walleye guy at this time. I mean, it's great to catch 14-inch perch, but it's more fun to catch a 14-pound walleye. And so what I look for in April, I look for the water temps to get about mid-40s. 45, 48, it gets me all giddy. And I like to fish the dams because that's a huge concentration of fish, okay? But it's also a huge concentration of boats and anglers up there. So the weekends, you won't find me at the dams. And the weekends, I might be 10 miles downstream because not every fish spawns up at the dam. Okay, what you want to look for, if you're no matter if you're up at the dam or 10 miles from the dam, you want to look for the shallow, steep drop-offs and the spawning areas of walleyes. The walleyes love to spawn in gravelly, rocky areas for their eggs. And I've got a spot on the river that if you took 10 steps from the shore, you would drop 20 feet down. And that's ideal for walleyes. So they like to hang on those edges and come up, do a spawn at night, and they'll slide back down. And I can sit there and spot lock and have this spot all to myself and fish all day long and have no problem catching walleyes. But this one in particular, this was my first 30-inch fish of the spring up by the dam. So now, when May rolls around, temperatures start bumping up to 50 degrees. All right, the walleye spawn is pretty much done. It's now bass season. Do we have bass anglers in here? Right? Yeah. All right, so bass, they're going to do the exact same thing as the walleyes did. Okay, they're hungry. They came out of the winter areas and they're hungry. They're going to look for an easy meal. That's usually in the shallows. That's usually by some structure, current seams, and a term that I like to call edges and ledges. And it's kind of similar to what I just talked about the walleyes, is that steep drop-off, steep banks, the smallies like to stack up there. Largemouth bass. They might be mixed in with the smallies, but I find a lot of largemouth bass in their old weed areas and along wood, because those areas are going to warm up the quickest. Those areas are going to be areas for the small minnows to be hiding. That's what they're going to retreat to, and the bass are going to feed heavy until spawn time. And then that's also their spawning areas. Also, when it comes to water temp, I have this saying that everything's alive at 55. I love when the water temp hits 55. Everything's going. The food chain's in full gear. It's starting up. Now, this is a white bass, stripers. This is a really fun fish to chase. Usually it starts happening mid to late May when water temps get closer into the 60s. And I call these things the freshwater piranhas of the Mississippi, because when you catch one, you catch a ton. This past spring, I was on the river up by the dam, and suddenly the whole entire river started boiling. And it was all these white bass that were feeding on the surface. And I'm not kidding you, could throw a gummy worm in there and catch 100 white bass. This is a wonderful fish. It's very good to eat. It's really one of the only fish that will take, I can catch 2 on one blade bait at a time because they're so aggressive. You catch 1, 4 more are following it. It's just such a fun fish to catch. You could have 100+ fish day in seriously 3 hours. I've done it with friends, and that's 100 fish for you, not between you and your friend. It's a great time to introduce new anglers too. Or if you have people that get bored real quickly, take them out, throw them in a white bass feeding frenzy, and they'll just think this is the greatest thing on earth. So what else is going on in May? May is such a fun month because everything's going, okay? You just got to pick what you want to chase that day. And I can't get enough of the walleyes. I can't get enough of the bass. I can't get enough of those white bass when they're running. But what I'm missing are the crappies, the bluegills, and catfish. These guys are all in pre-spawn mode, or they're getting close to or spawning, okay? So when I get my 100+ white bass in the first 2 hours of the morning, I might go then chase some crappies, just to pull some slabs out of the weeds and reeds area. Bluegills start going. Again, they're shallow. They're actually trying to stay away from the pike because the pike are post-spawn now, and so the pike and the walleyes are chasing the bluegills. They're chasing the shad. They're chasing anything that they can eat because they're post-spawn, and a lot of that stuff is shallow. Okay, you can't. There's a saying, you can't fish shallow enough on the Mississippi River, and until you catch a walleye in a foot of water, you won't believe it. Okay, but after catching all these species, you might ask, hey Mike, what about the sheephead? I really like sheephead, right? Well, lucky for you, also in May, the sheephead are spawning. They're running up to the dams. They're running all over the place along the main channel. And on the river, we call these barn doors because it's like pulling in a barn door in the current. And I also call this fun fishing because, again, take a new angler out, someone that just have no idea what fishing's all about, and have them hook into a 10+ pound sheephead. These things fight like crazy. They are such a fun fish to catch. And if it's a kid, I advise you to tether them to the boat because these things will pull them in the river. It's crazy. And honestly, side note, I always think these bigger sheephead just kind of have a dumb look on their face when they get brought up out of the water. They look at me and they say, like, I can't believe I got caught again. Anybody like dino fishing? Yeah, we've got them. And we got them big, we got them thick. And these are fun. And end of May, with the sheephead, with the white bass, these guys are doing a spawn run too. Okay. Now, we have 2 different species on the river. We have a shovel nose, which is that smaller, brownish, yellow-looking sturgeon. But then we also have these big guys, the lake sturgeon. The lake sturgeons are protected. You cannot keep those. You can catch them, have your fun with them, get a great picture if they cooperate and let them go. But if you want some to keep, the shovel nose is what people target. And it's a very simple setup. It's just a simple worm, hook, and sinker. Throw it on the bottom, and you'll have your fun with the sturgeon. This one in particular caught him up closer to the dam. And if you're going to purposely go for sturgeon, I suggest having at least 200 yards of line on your reel, because these guys will peel it all off. Unless you got a trolling motor and you can stay on top of those things. Because this one I caught in 40 feet of water, and he took me into 80 feet of water. So if I wouldn't have kept up with them, he would have spooled me. And like Ryan had said earlier, I was crazy enough to go out and catch one in a kayak, and that was a lot of fun. Because if you never caught a sturgeon before, what they like to do is just keep going in circles. So luckily, I was the only one out on the water in March, because I'm pretty sure I would have looked pretty stupid in a kayak going in a circle. Because that sturgeon, it took a while. What'd I do here?
How large was that one?
Let's see. I think he was just shy of 5. I honestly, I catch a lot of them up there. And I don't fish for them. You know, I think they're kind of big, dumb animals. They're beautiful animals, don't get me wrong. But I think because they're so large, they don't care. They just come up and they get in the way of a jig. You know, they're curious animals. I always say fish are like toddlers. You know, they put everything in their mouth. You know, whether they're curious or they want to eat it, they just put it in their mouth. So they just don't realize there's hooks on it. Okay, so we got through the month of May. We're in the month that we are now in June. June is a time of, I call, summer setup. This is when the water temps get up to about 80 degrees. This is when these fish pretty much wrap up their spawns, and now they're going to their summer places. Okay, you're going to find them on wing dams. You're going to find them in weeds. You're going to find them in woods, the backwaters. And this is where the predator-prey relationship come into play. Now the water temp is not on the top of my mind in June, because it's just going to be up there. Okay, now I'm thinking predator and prey. Okay, fish, all they want to do now is eat or avoid being eaten. So that's what I'm looking for. Where the minnows are, where the bait fish are, where the shad are, that's where the predators are. And so, you know, you're going to find your perch along weed edges. You know, they're going to be eating the snails and all the vertebrates coming up out of that. Your walleyes, they're going to they're going to make their way back out of the sloughs, and they're going to set up in the wing dams. The pike are just about everywhere. But you're going to want to focus on the weeds. And another fish that you can't fish too shallow. I can't believe where I pulled out some pike in the weeds. They just burst out of the weeds. I never expected the fish to be there. And the bass, of course, are going to be setting up on the wood, weed edges, and things like that. Wing dams, again, predator and prey. Battery going dead on that. I can just walk up there too. Yes.
So
go ahead.
When targeting them, should off of the wing dams, should you use deeper diving? Should I throw a deeper diving lure or maybe jig or something like that? Maybe.
You know, it really, again, it's angler's choice. It's whatever is most confident you have. Bait the bait that you have most confidence in. Okay. But do keep in mind that on wing dams, your active fish are going to be sitting on top of that wing dam. Your walleyes, catfish, and such are going to be in front of that wing dam. When the current goes over a wing dam, it creates a trough, and there's a lot of dead space right in front of that wing dam. You might find your bass and those type of predators also behind that wing dam. So I've seen guys use floats and just drift over that wing dam and wait for something to take it. I've seen guys pull crankbaits in front of that wing dam to get any active fish like that. I've seen guys throw a heavy sinker and a worm in front of that wing dam to catch, whatever's sitting at the bottom there. So am I good with that? Okay. Oh, thanks, Brandon. Yep. So yeah, July and August. Again, I call them the dog days of summer, and everyone knows this fish. Perhaps it's a bowfin, also known as a dogfish, and this is a very fun fish to catch. This is a fish that if the fishing is slow, I will go and try to find a dogfish. If I have someone new in the boat, I take my nieces and nephews fishing with me, and I will find these dogfish for them to catch, because a dogfish is like the tarpon of the Mississippi River. They fight and they don't give up. Even when you get them in your boat, they don't give up. Fun fish to catch. I also say, in the summertime, keep it simple. And I almost say that for any time you're fishing. Just keep it simple. Don't overthink it. Again, fish are like toddlers. Try not to outsmart them. They're not that smart. Keep it simple. Go with your confident baits. Think like a fish. Start shallow and work your way deeper. What I like to do in the summer months, my summer circuit is in the mornings. I will go and fish for bass and walleyes. They're usually together where I fish. If I'm on the main channel, I will fish the wing dams. I will fish closing dams. I will fish any type of structure that breaks up the current. And usually I'm going to find the bass, walleyes, those type of fish there. As the sun comes up, late morning into afternoon, I'll switch to pike and panfish. If I can tolerate the summer sun, pike, they're an all-day biter. Just find the weedy areas, the shaded areas of in the water, and the pike will be hiding in there. Gets too hot, I'll find a nice shade tree with a nice brush pile sticking out of it, and I'll catch panfish all day long. The bluegills. Sometimes you might get into small perch, crappies, things like that. Go ahead. So now we're rolling into September. In September, this is when you're going to start seeing the water temperature drastically change. You've had 80-degree plus water through the summer, and now you're going to start seeing it drop down to possibly even 65 degrees. Also, in the river, you're going to have low water, which makes the fish easier to find. This is another great time to take your friends and family out fishing with you. Perch. September is when people usually start targeting perch pretty heavily. The weeds are fully grown. The perch are going to be right into those weeds. They're pretty easy to find. Once you find one, you find a ton. The bass, the pike, again, think structure, think predator and prey, and you'll have no problem catching those type of fish. Also, this is a great time for multi-species angling. Find a certain area that looks fishy, start fishing it, and you'll be amazed what you catch. Go ahead. Yeah, go. In September, with that significant temp drop, I start thinking backwards. If you think of water temp and what I was doing in the spring, start thinking that backwards. As the temperature drops, these fish, it signals to the fish, they're going to start feeding heavy again. Not because they're getting ready to spawn, it's because they know what's coming. And so again, multi-species, these perch were caught on a weed edge in about 2 feet of water. And side note, you can't go too shallow with perch. I've caught perch that were staring at my trolling motor in that clear water. They're such an aggressive fish. And then the crappies at this time of the year, they're going to start heading for the wood if they're not already there. And so the pike and bass and walleyes are also going to start coming up shallow to feed heavy on the bait fish and the shad. Go ahead. October, it gets even better, if you can believe that. Water temps, you can expect them to be in 65, dropping all the way down to 50. Now, 55 again is my favorite temperature. Instead of being alive at 55 in the spring, when the water temps hit 55 in the fall, everything's trying to stay alive. So I was staying alive at 55. The fish know what's coming. They know the winter months, low visibility, low oxygen and is coming. So they're feeding super heavy. This is considered the fall bite. And this particular outing was with the St. Croix and 7 crew. And we had constant triples. I mean, I couldn't fish because I was taking too many pictures of video of these guys catching fish after fish after fish. So it's a bass fisherman's heaven in October. But also in October is going to be the walleye bite. That's going to start picking up again. And another nice thing about October, I mean, you get a lot of deer hunters, right? And that's deer season. That kicks off deer season. And so you start seeing less and less people on the water. So all these fish that are feeding heavy, you have them all to yourself. Go ahead. So again, October, every species is feeding heavily. You can go up to the dam, and the white bass feeding frenzy starts all over again. As it was in the spring, when you can catch thousands of them, have a 100-fish day, you can do it all over again. So flathead catfish, same thing. You can go up to the dams, you can go to the deep holes in the main channel, and you can throw artificials, and they are feeding heavy. It's an angler's choice on the river come October. Whatever you want to fish for. Panfish, they're feeding heavy. Okay, go ahead. Then November rolls in, and this is when all eyes are on eyes. Because in November, that water temperature has gone from the 50s now into the 40s. Just about every species of fish is now starting to shut down. Most fish are moving into their wintering areas, except for the walleyes. The walleyes and saugers seem to be even more eager to feed. And these guys are going to be super shallow. This is where you're going to find them again in about 2 feet of water along the shorelines. This in particular, this was last fall. This was a back-to-back cast. This one here, this was my 30-inch, yes. No, this was my 30-inch fish. And I caught that in about 3 feet of water along the shoreline. The next cast, I catch a 29-inch one. And that was still in about 3 feet of water. And so, and also you'll catch the sturgeon in there too, because the sturgeon and the walleye seem to like to winter in the same holes. So if you're a vertical fisherman, you might hook up with another dinosaur there. Go ahead. I think it's. Maybe just push the space bar. Yeah. That work? Oh, move. Yep. We jumped one.
I have another question.
Go ahead.
As far as I know, going back to the catfish, do you ever get them on like jigs or anything off, like any sort of like
Sure.
lures they'll hit them too?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I never, I know because like hooking up maybe like live bluegill and letting them drift.
Yeah.
You know,
Absolutely.
As far as like, I mean, I personally never caught one on a crank, but I've heard of some people.
Mm-hmm. I broke it. We can just go with that. We'll just finish up here. That's fine. I'll talk a little bit about December, even though we're into January. December is an interesting month because we're getting ready for ice up, and the backwaters start icing up, the sloughs start icing up, but the main channel's still open. And I love fishing out of a boat, so I'm not done chasing fish in the open water. So I still have the walleyes and the saugers that I can catch in the open waters, but we got to be really careful because they're in their wintering holes now. They've done the slide from the shallow. They're now getting down to deep, and you're going to start finding them in probably that 30, 40-foot depth. But you got to be very careful. I don't like fishing in deeper water than 25 because you run the risk of that barotrauma with the fish. But December is also a great time if you can get to the backwaters to find those fish that you want to look for on the ice, because they are now set up. The panfish are in their wintering spots in those backwaters. So if it's still open, it's a great time to go back there, poke around, find fish, catch fish, because those are the ones that you'll be catching through the ice come January. Now, seems like on the Mississippi River, everyone loves chasing those jumbo perch, and the Mississippi River has plenty of them. It's a great fishery for those jumbo perch. You simply will not outfish that river. There's also the crappies in there. A lot of people love to catch those crappies, and they're huge. 12-inch crappies are pretty common, pretty average. You can catch them up to 15, 16 inches, but the backs of them are just so thick. So if you like to take them home, that's a great fish to catch out of the water. And then we got the bluegills. Bluegills are great. What I would say to anyone that's looking to fish the Mississippi River during ice season, go early. Go for that first 3 weeks of early ice. Make sure it's safe ice. Okay, if you're not sure, take someone with you and walk 100 yards behind them. Okay? But if you can get on the ice within 3 weeks of ice up, that's going to be some of your best fishing. Okay? The fish haven't gotten used to the ice cover yet. You still got a little bit of weeds. You still got some oxygen in the water. You still got some of the bugs swimming around, bait fish and whatnot. I mean, you'd be amazed the multiple species of fish you'll catch out of one hole in the early ice. Stay away from current. Okay, at all costs, stay away from current. Just because you see some guy sitting on a chair by the dam doesn't mean you should be doing that. So there's plenty of fish in the backwater to be caught. Go ahead. In January, towards the end of January, the fishing gets really slow. The bite windows are really, really small. It might just be 45 minutes to an hour in the morning for a really good bite, and then it might be another 45 an hour in the evening for the bite. In February, Valentine's Day has always been on the calendar, a mark for me. I always consider it not only to remind myself to get something for my wife, but that's when I fall in love with ice fishing again. Because it seems like on Valentine's Day, the fishing starts to pick up again. The fish instinctively are smarter than we are, and so they know something's going on. They know the days are getting longer, maybe more light penetration coming through the ice, but they get a little bit more active, and ice fishing gets better and better as each day goes by. Now, as you get into early March, that's considered late ice on the river, and that can be a phenomenal bite. That's probably the only time I've actually fallen in the river through the ice is late ice, because the bite is so good that I got to get out there and keep catching fish. But the problem is that the shorelines start getting really soft, right? You get that ugly, that rotten ice. And I've seen guys lay down 10-foot planks to get to the ice from the shore. But the other issue I have come March is that I want to get back in the boat, because as I started at the very beginning, those 30-inch walleyes are starting to warm up. They're starting to get hungry, and that's what I want. That's what I'm looking for. So. So last cast. These are just some final words I'd like to share with you. One is, I am really just the average angler. I'm a self-proclaimed river rat. I just love fishing. I'm amphibious. I like to spend more time on the water than I do on land. I get along better with fish than I do with people. And so what separates my catches from another person's catches is that I spend more time doing it. I'm blessed to have that opportunity every day to be on the water. So the best kept secret of fishing is just time on the water. Just get out there and do it. Hopefully some of the things I shared with you today will help, fine tune where you want to fish or what you can expect when you call in sick. I mean, make vacation plans. The other thing I want to say is invest in yourself. St. Croix rods is really, honestly, before I was part of their pro staff, I was fishing a St. Croix rod. And I remember the first day, or the first time I bought one, and it changed everything, the way I fished. Because specifically in a river, if you can't feel the bottom, you are missing out on so many fish. If you can't feel what that current is doing to your lure, you're missing out on so many fish. And if you can't feel a fish hit your lure, you're missing out on so many fish. Personal testimony is one of my best friends that I fished with last fall. I was out fishing him. He just couldn't catch as many fish as I was catching. Sometimes I have to remind him and say, hey, you have a fish. And he just said, oh, I have a fish. I finally talked him into buying a St. Croix rod, and his catch rate tripled. I'm not kidding, it tripled. And now he is able to keep up with me whenever we go out fishing. And now he owns 3 of them, three St. Croix rods. So invest in yourself. If you enjoy fishing, you're going to waste a lot of money in your life, but don't waste it on a rod that doesn't do the trick for you. And share the sport. I personally believe that all my knowledge and all my experience, if I don't share it, then everything I've done in my life is in vain. So I love sharing the sport, whether in person or through social media. Get people out and get fishing. It's not just about catching the fish. It's about real life therapy. You just don't know how you're going to help that person, not just feed them with a catch of the day, but you might help them, physically, psychologically, spiritually. And so the sport needs to be shared. And I'd like to thank you for listening to me. So if you have questions, or anything like that, I spent some, yes.
How do you pick a backwater?
How do I pick up? Probably access. Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. No two are the same. If you're new at it, I would pick it by access. Can I get to it? Where's the landing at? And honestly, pick a landing, and you might catch fish, all the fish you want, just from the landing. That's really how I got started on the Mississippi River. I was intimidated by it. I knew it was a big stretch of river, and so I just picked a backwater. And I told myself, I said, well, this is the Mississippi River. It doesn't look like it. And I started on the boat ramp. I threw out a lure, or excuse me, not a lure, but I just threw out a worm while I was getting ready, and I caught a dogfish. Yeah. And so then I just kind of made my way either upstream or downstream. If it looks fishy, fish it. And then what I tell people is every fish you catch, I want you to think about, why did I catch that fish? What was I doing? Wash, rinse, and repeat. Do it again. What did it look like? What was the current doing? What is this? Was there a piece of wood there? Was there a lily pad there? Repeat that. Let's go find another one. And pretty soon, you won't believe how all of a sudden that Mississippi River becomes very small, because now all of a sudden things are looking like, hey, that current seam looks like the one I just fished, or there's an eddy over there that I'd like to go explore. Try that. There's a small, very small slough on Pool 9 that is 3 feet deep average, and I can catch every fish, every species that I want out of that small stretch of river. Actually, I've caught 30-inch walleyes in 3 feet of water. And I think I missed that slide. If I can go back. Is there a way I can go back? Oh, I don't want to do that. Can I go over there? Where's my mouse? I promised you a flathead story, so I want to share that with you real quick. If I could bring it up. You got time.
Mike, while you're looking for that,
Yeah.
you talk about, the St. Croix rod helps you get the feel. You talk about you need to feel the bottom. Is there a type or a style of lure that you really like? If because you're fishing so many species, so many different types of water that you really like. It's a go-to style of lure that you like.
Right. You want to find that June, big flathead. Yeah, that's a good question. Thanks for asking that. Believe it or not, all the fish that you saw on there, I caught on one setup and pretty much on 2 lures. When it comes to St. Croix rod, my setup is a medium action, extra fast tip rod. And I like the lengths anywhere from 6'8" to 7'3". And the reason I want to go medium is because on the Mississippi River, you never know what you're going to catch. So you got to be ready for that 70-pound sturgeon and up to that 7-pound walleye. So the medium action or the medium power is enough backbone to handle those type of fish. Now, because you got to keep in mind what fights the fish, it's the rod. The rod fights the fish. All right. As long as you have patience, you can catch any fish if you have if you let the rod do the fighting. And all those fish I've caught was on an 8-pound test. Okay, so 40-pound, 50-pound flatheads, 60-pound sturgeon, 8-pound test. Because the rod, and I've had the Croix rods doubled over, bent over, where my reel's almost touching the water and my rod tips under my boat. And the rod had the strength to hold up. Now, like I said, I'm a cast and retrieve guy. I don't do live bait at all. So I'm either using a jig and plastic or a blade bait. And those that know me or follow me on social media, they probably get sick and tired of me talking about a blade bait. But the blade bait is the Swiss Army knife of the river. It will catch everything you want it to catch. I've caught bluegills all the way to sturgeon on it. And it's so versatile. You can use it as a vertical jig and plastic style. You can use it as a crankbait. You can use it as a surface lure, burn it off the top, things like that. But if I'm not catching them on a blade bait, I turn to my underspin and plastic. And a quick story on that is that I dedicated one open water season to one lure because I wanted to learn how to fish it. And that was the jig and plastic. And I caught that year, I caught probably over 3,000 fish just on a jig and plastic. And if you want to talk about what fishing does to a person, a little bit, it's affirmation. You know, you set a goal, you want to do something, and you achieve it. You know, you're not going to get that through a screen with entertaining yourself. It's about going out and actually doing it. So when I did that one year, all I used was a jig and plastic. It was a 1/8 ounce underspin with a 2-inch microplastic. I'm sorry. So anyways, I'll tell you the story real quick. I don't have the picture, unfortunately. My biggest flathead catfish was pushing 60 pounds. Anybody guess what type of water conditions, environment I caught it in? We'll have a little fun here. How deep?
Below a dam.
Below a dam? Anyone else have any guess?
So that.
How deep?
25 feet.
25 feet? Yeah.
Say like
6. Right there. If I had something to give you, I'd give it to you. I'd give you my bottle of water, but I drank out of it. So I caught it in 4 feet of water. 4 feet of water. What did I catch it on? Anybody have any idea?
Plastic? Blade bait.
Yeah, you guys gave you a heads up on that. Plastic. It was the year I dedicated to fishing with a jig and plastic. Yep. I was fishing for perch. All right. This was close to the end of June, about this time, actually. I was fishing for perch. And that slough I was talking about was my favorite slough. Average 3 feet. A hole is 4 feet in this slough. All right. And I am trolling along looking for some perch. And all of a sudden I felt this little, and I went to set the hook and I couldn't move it. And I am not this is the time I didn't know what about flathead catfish. You know, I didn't really target them. And this thing just started to move. It just started moving downstream. And I call them the bulldozers of the Mississippi River because they don't come up. Their best friend is the current in the bottom, and they will stay down, and this thing just bulldozed its way down this slough. And I had to get my trolling motor to follow it. At first I thought maybe I got into a carp. I thought, there's no way it doesn't feel like a carp, but that's the only fish I could think of that would be in this slough. Anyways, finally I could feel the fish coming up, and a 60-pound flathead's got a mouth about yay big. And when that thing came up out of the river, I thought it was a body. The thing came up, looked at a body, and I've caught a lot of really nice big fish. And so I don't get too nervous. This one made me nervous because I was by myself. I didn't have a net big enough for this fish, right? So this thing comes up, goes back down, and I'm thinking, I'm getting this fish no matter what. I'm only in 3 feet of water. I'm jumping in after this fish if I have to get this fish. Luckily enough, it came back up, and in an instant, I threw my rod down. I just grabbed him by the mouth, grabbed him by the tail, and I just did everything I can to throw it in the boat. But so the moral of the story is the Mississippi River is an amazing fishery, and you just don't know what you're going to catch. And I always tell people that go out with me, the fishing starts up here. Before you get in that water, it starts up here. And what I love about the Mississippi River is that expect the unexpected. When you go out fishing, don't put any expectations on yourself, because that's what makes it disappointing, is when you don't reach those expectations. Just expect to have fun. And you would be amazed what you will catch on the river when you don't expect it. Like 60-pound flatheads on 8-pound tests. So.
Also, a
Yes.
question. I know have you ever used like a lipless crank, so like vertical jigging them, or maybe
Sure.
cast and retrieve? I know I've had a lot of success on them.
Yep.
Like bass and things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, throw what you know.
Yeah.
Okay, don't outthink it. Fish are toddlers. They'll put everything in their mouth,
Right.
Just go with what you know. I throw the blade bait because it's a fun bait. I cast and retrieve because I have an attention span of a 5-year-old. So I always got to be doing something. And so I love the interaction I have with my lure. I love knowing exactly what that lure is doing. A blade bait, the combination of your blade bait, your rod, and your reel, and your line will give you so much information of what's going on under the water. And so I love doing that. I'm an adrenaline junkie. So every time I rip that blade bait up, you just don't know what you're going to have on the end of your line. So
I got another question.
I'll go to this guy here, back here. I don't want to ignore him.
I'm mainly a jig fisherman, but tell me, what is a blade bait?
A blade bait, okay. It is basically a chunk of metal. And it's got a couple treble hooks with some weight in the front. It's a lipless crankbait. It's basically a chunk of metal. Yeah, I wish I had a picture. I'm sorry I don't have a picture for you. But yeah, it's they used to call them sonars back in the 50s when they first came out. Yeah.
That one you got.
Oh, okay. There you go. Yeah, if you got some, use them. You'll be surprised what you catch. Yeah. So. Yes.
You're by Lansing, you said?
Yes. Yep. Pool 9. Yep.
So that's the north end of the pool.
You are?
No, that's on the north end of the pool.
Of the
Or that's in the center?
Lansing, Iowa?
No, that's in the center of the pool 9 or north end?
Delaware Prairie du Chien.
And I know I fished that area last year. We did ice boat to get out to the back one.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Yep.
That was on a Terryville.
Yep. That's Pool 9. Yep. You're at the south end of Pool 9
Okay, that's
down there. Yep.
Lansing is considered the middle of the pool? then?
Yeah. Right. Lansing's more or less right in the middle of it. Yep.
It was a very interesting area.
Did you do well?
Yep.
That's a great spot.
We went for perch. Because
Yep.
we were catching 14-inch perch, but we never got northerns under 30 inch.
Really? Yeah.
And it was a foot under the ice.
Exactly. Yeah. You can't go too shallow.
We were 3 to 4 foot of water and not a fish under a foot under the ice.
Yep.
Couldn't keep the snakes off. Gotta
watch drilling a hole in the mud.
Yeah. There's times, especially in end of February, the pike start moving in. And then you're going to start seeing that a lot of the panfish are real shallow because they don't want to get eaten, predator prey, right? Pike are coming in because they're gonna spawn the earliest, so they're getting ready for their pre-spawn. So they're gonna start feeding, which pushes all the panfish to the side. So like you said, sometimes there's been times where I've been ice fishing for perch where it's useless to use your electronics. You basically just have to cover your hole with your face and look down there and watch the perch come up and take it. Yep. Yes.
Water level, so with how high the water level is getting on, I fish a lot on pool 2, pool 3, pool 4 or 5, but with how high they're getting, do you look for something significantly different, or are you simply moving into those shallower areas out of the main channel because the current's so high?
Right.
With the recession, does that change things again?
It does. Yeah, good question. I have a saying that when the water goes high, the fish go high. Water goes low, fish go low. So right now with the water going high, and I think next week we're supposed to get another 3 feet, the fish are going to go high and they're going to go out. Okay. And now you got water going through the trees. Okay. Fish can be anywhere and they will be anywhere. So where I would start, and actually where I've been having the most success in the last couple of weeks is finding that clean water. Okay. If you can find clean water, that's where I'd start, and then start looking for those current seams, the weed edges, because the weeds are coming up right now, really well. Right now, everything's pretty much done spawning. So, and then go to the edges. I fished with last year when the water was almost record high in the floods. I was fishing almost where I could touch a railroad track. You want to go to spots where fish can't go anymore. Okay. As the water goes down, fish are going to go low. They're going to retreat from those areas, and they're going to start stacking up in those summer places like the wing dams and whatnot. I always think current's really important. If you keep that in mind, think of underwater current as wind on land. You could, if you're out at a picnic, you can tolerate a little wind, a little breeze is nice, but you're not going to hold chips on a paper plate in a tornado. And that's kind of what the current is like right now in the main channel. Fish may want to be there, but they're not going to be there. They're going to move out because all the bait fish moved out. So, good question. Yes.
We fished the backwaters, and we have fished right in the weeds, duckweed.
Yes.
And wherever there was an opening in the duckweed, we were fishing with cane poles.
Oh, that's a blast, isn't it?
Reach out and every little hole, and we'd be surprised.
Yeah.
We were pulling the panfish, pulling off of that.
And you're probably pulling the bigger ones,
Yes.
the 8 to 10 inch bluegills. Yep. They're not smart, but the big ones, they know where to go.
Some people, they get to the edge of the weeds and they fish the edge. We were doing kayaks.
Yeah.
We poured into the duckweed.
Yeah.
Where we could see openings, and then we would just out with the cane poles and that.
And that's the beauty of it. I mean, the Mississippi River is an adventure. And your adventure is different than my adventure, than their adventure, but it's an adventure. And you stick with what you know. You can catch 10-inch bluegills at the inside of wing dams, but fishing them in a kayak and a cane pole sounds like a lot of fun.
Especially when you catch something that's pulling you away. Your wife says,
Yeah.
"Where are you going?" "It's taking me."
That's probably a dogfish.
You snap my life eventually.
Yeah. Dogfish or a pike. Yep. That's a great way to get kids involved too, is get them out there like that. And so I don't know if I need to be wrapping up here or teach or 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes. Anybody? Yep.
I was just gonna ask.
Yeah.
So I have a kayak, but I wanted to ask, do you know what areas would I be able to target during let's say summertime?
Yeah.
Right now, could I still focus on some backwater areas that lead to
I do all backwaters.
backwater?
Yep. Over 60% of the fish in the river are in the backwaters. And the great thing about the backwaters is you don't have the recreational boats.
Yeah.
and sometimes you don't have the tournament boats. It seems like there's a tournament about every week on the river.
Yeah.
And, you know, those guys like to stick to the main channels. At least that's their main travel corridor. Get to those backwaters in that 3-4 feet of water where those boats can't get to.
Yeah.
And you won't run out of fish to catch. I promise you. Yeah.
Man, because I noticed too, because that also easy access and that current is not, is not ripping as hard as
Yeah.
out in the main channels out there. So,
Yep.
I mean, I took it once with my kayak, but I don't think I'll try it again just because I was like being thrown around, a little bit too fast.
Yeah.
I have taken it before, depending on how strong the current is, but yeah, I definitely want to hit the backwater.
Definitely. That's where I'd go.
All right, folks, let's give a round of applause for Mike.
Thanks, guys.
Mike, where are you headed after this? You gonna go grab something to eat, or are you gonna go over this direction? Where are you headed?
Oh, I can hang around and chit chat a little bit.
Got
and
it.
Go
Got
have
it.
something to eat.
If you got any more questions for Mike, you can track him down shortly after this. We're gonna prepare, give us a few minutes, and we're gonna bring up Brian Brosdahl.
Awesome.
Yeah, I suppose you want this back, huh?
Yeah, thank you.
Good things.
Is it working? I got a drop shot in this thing. I'm jigging it right now. Oh, you're never getting this back. Last time I had a laser pointer, my cat destroyed it. Whoops.
There you go. It's this one right here.
Right there.
Actually, right there. There's the laser pointer.
I didn't mean to point it in your eye.
No, that's fine.
Did I just do that? Oh. Hey, bro.
Oh, you were drunk, you could act normal.
Oh, there you go. I would. See my tackle box?
Your wife wouldn't put so much money.
All right, good morning again, everybody. All right. We're going to introduce the next individual to the front here who is no stranger to the St. Clair Customer Appreciation seminar. So Bro represents, well, all of Bro's escapades. You follow him along on social media. Also, Bro's Guide Service, where you'll find him piling that giant Lund out there. Bro has also a very unique part to the Brian Brosdahl show, and that is Heather, who's making her way to the back.
All right.
Behind every successful angler like Bro is definitely a Heather back there. So, Bro has the reputation in the industry of being one of the most out-of-the-box thinkers, and just like Mike, one of the all-around good guys. Welcome, Brian Brosdahl.
Hey, thanks for having me. I appreciate everybody coming down, and you know, sometimes I get this. Someone asks me, "Why do they call you Bro?" Well, my last name is Brosdahl, and so they couldn't remember the rest, so they just call me Bro. And I hated the nickname, but you truly have a nickname that'll stick if you don't get to pick it. And that's what I always heard, and makes sense. So, and now I love it because in the fishing industry, there's only one in the whole United States. And love being here. This is like visiting relatives. It gets me out of Dodge for a little while, and I love traveling through northern Wisconsin. Beautiful place. Only seen one deer coming from the border to here, but just fun. And I want to talk about, you know, modern edge of bluegills, crappies, and perch. Panfish is kind of a term for all of it. And, you know, my seminar probably could be like 2.5 hours long. We'll expedite it a little bit, but understanding more about panfish helps you find them so you can execute drop shots, stealth rigs, and also modern day plastics. And all the rods are the most important focal point of panfish. You got to have the right rods. You can see here, this is a brief showing of the rods that I have for panfish. And it's not a permission thing. It's a forgiveness thing. You need rods, and you're at the fountain of rods here. You got to load up on them. I'm bringing home another rod and some reels. I love those 7 reels. I wouldn't use them if I didn't love them. And I had other. I've had every reel company there is. I love this one, and I like that it's here. I love that it's here, and I like St. Croix because it's here. You have representation, and it's a real big deal. Okay, so I've been with St. Croix since before I was with St. Croix, and so I'm dyed in the wool, you might say. And you know, so but I want to get into it before I could just talk about drop shots, and then it's over in 5 minutes. Okay, so let's build up to the drop shots, the drama. Moving forward here. Locations, where do you start? So let's be timely now. It's not bulrushes. It's not regular cabbage. If you find deep cabbage, you're going to find fish. Fish slowly move off the edge. And I'm talking primarily crappies, bluegills. Perch are a different animal. Totally different. And I come from what's called the perch triangle where I'm at, so I always include them. Where I'm at is some of the best perch fishing in all of Minnesota and arguably in the Midwest, other than Gogebic. You know, it's super good, and it's the best it's been in 17 years. I just said that. I've been watching. I've been guide for 30 years, and this is the best it's been since I can remember. I just sent someone to perch fish yesterday, and they couldn't believe how many perch there are, and there's nobody there. It's amazing, but they're not everywhere right now. So, but let's get going here. So offshore weeds. So on some lakes, the weeds don't go very far. They just go a little bit offshore and then on to the next thing. So weed beds, emergent, submergent. So this is that time of year the crappies left and the bluegills are just finishing up their spawn. They spawn in 70-degree water. The perch move into the bulrushes. The perch move into the maiden cane because it's hard bottom. So there's a little tip for you. And anything in the emergent weeds adds to their holding power. If there's logs in there, if there's rocks, it's a big deal. I actually, when I go to a smaller lake, I look at everything before I fish. I used to do that when I used to do the FLW walleye tour and NWT and all that stuff. I look at everything, then fish. And I watch people would fish their way through before forward viewing. I would look at everything, gather all the information, see the fish, don't stop, don't fish. You got time to do that later, and it makes a big difference. When I go bluegill fishing, I've already found all their spots, and then I pick the best ones and work my way down from there. And it seems to be very successful. And in my area, a smaller of the big lakes would be like 1,000, 3,000 acres. So you don't have time to really comb every little spot. And I want to have the best day I've ever had every time I go out. And that's why I bring Joe and his son. Brush, rocks, all of it combined make a big deal. And milfoil. Northern milfoil is good. Eurasian water milfoil, that nasty stuff that gets in the lakes, it's in some lakes. And everything is in them. They'll just say, cabbage, who cares about cabbage? Those fish are in it. They love it. Milfoil is the best. There's a tip right there. If you know the lake's got it, skip everything, go to the milfoil. Every fish, every panfish species is in there, and they're on the edge. But the problem with milfoil, the edge that you're trying to fish here is going to be there tomorrow. It just grows, and it's hard to stay on the edge. Super good for fishing, and it maintains itself from summer to winter to spring to fall. There's always fish in milfoil. Even lakes where the fish dump deep in the fall, if there's milfoil, they'll stay in the milfoil. That's really a cool thing. I love it. Don't like it, but the fish like it, so I love it. But it's hard to fish in, and it's real snaggy. I love fishing rivers. They're surprising. When I was a kid, we used to chase panfish, and big cottonwood trees falling in. You know, you're only in 4 feet of water, and the fish are in the middle. I used to climb in the cottonwood tree. Now I try not to get injured getting out of bed. But when I was more daring, I'd climb in the middle of that cottonwood tree with ice fishing rods to get those big crappies. We're right in the middle. And that's in 4 feet of water. But wherever the trees fall, there's scour holes if there's any current. And they would just be in there thick. So that's what I love about rivers. They fish like that. But reservoirs are more like what we have. Like the Chippewa Floyd is very similar to Leech Lake, very similar to Winnie. Leech Lake and Winnie were shallower. They made a dam, raised the water. It just helped everything. And Cass Lake was 12 different lakes. Now it's 1 because they raised the water. So, you know, when you're fishing and targeting panfish, it's overwhelming. You couldn't do that in a week. Yeah, you can. Fish each hole like it's a lake. So when you go to a body of water and there's an area that's a basin, look at the sandbars around it and treat it like a lake. Fishes really fast. Brush and rocks really add to it. They really, really, really add to it. So what I found from, you know, kind of that fertile farmland to the sandy bottoms to the Canadian shield rock, as you get to the shield rock, the rock, crumbled rock, holds more panfish than any other place. And I see it all the time when I'm fishing. I'll go to Vermilion, I'll go up to the Arrowhead, and you'll have crumbled rock in the basin, and there'll be 1,000 giant bluegills next to it. And you're like, this is just rock. Why are they here? You know, and the weeds are tall. They're under the ice, and you're wondering why they're not there or in open water. They're holding to that because it's the edge of the basin. Right now, we're going through bug hatches. Are you getting bug hatches where you're at, everybody? Midgefly comes out for a couple weeks, which is a little mosquito thing with no mouth. They just get in the way. They get on you. They go up, buzz your ear. Mayflies are starting to come on most of the lakes I'm at. Well, the midgeflies stack up the panfish on the weed edges. The mayflies shut them down. So there, we're chasing water temperatures at that point. So you're looking for water temperatures. Every lake has a different water temperature. You're chasing water temperatures from cold to warm. You're looking for warmer water. Warmer water means that they've digested their food faster. The warmer the water, the more they go through their food. So in the spring, we're looking for warm water. In the fall, we're looking for cold water. So you want warm water that's cooling off. So right now, you want to find warm water in lakes where the bug hatch already happened, shallow lakes. And so, you know, for example, ice out crappies. Crappies don't spawn at ice out. Crappies don't spawn in the spring. Crappies eat in the spring. Then they spawn in low 60s. Bluegills spawn in low 70s. So you got more time to wait for the bluegills. You know, if your water temperature is still in the 60s and you pop up into the 70s, you're going to have great bluegill fishing in the spawning beds. It all depends. Right now we have algae because what happens if you don't get winter? Something's going to happen. There's mitigating factors that create a lot of stuff. So this winter we had hardly any snow, hardly any ice, and the algae lived. So now when you're fishing, you cast a jig or a bobber, you bring it in, it looks slimed, you know, if you touch the weeds. So that makes a mess. If the weeds are really messy, the bluegills are going to be on the outside, spawning where the hard bottom is out of the weeds. So keep that in mind when you're going after them. And, you know, maybe be selective on the harvest. Well, let's get into crappies. So they'll feed after the spawn, but did you know perch spawn at 55? So they've already spawned a long time ago, but I just wanted to mention that. So emergent to outer weeds, and they're kind of hold. If there's any wood, they're going to choose wood over weeds. And I got to tell you, 7 foot is perfect casting for panfish, for just about everything, because you get that nice parabolic bend that whips light jigs out there. And I love the 1007 GX is an amazing reel, and I've used it a lot. I used it for almost a year now. I've been using those reels, and I was really impressed with them. And I'm buying some when I'm here. I'm going to bring them home, more of them, because there's so many techniques with forward viewing and that kind of stuff. I'm going to make sure I have them for the drop shots. You got jigging, drop shots, plastics, and bobbers. You've got short rigs. You've got jigs. It's insane with what you could do with it. So in the summertime, crappies are easier to get outside of the weeds. They drop towards the basin. The bugs have hatched. The weeds start souring. We're not far from that. We're only a matter of weeks where the smaller lakes, the cabbage is going to start dying. And the algae is going to help it die faster. So the panfish leave the weeds. So as soon as you get on those outside edges, find big weed beds and find flats. Kind of a little scoop out near there. Your crappies are going to be loaded in those areas. And we've pitched jigs, but the jig, you have to loft it and keep it there. And the crappies are following. You run out of room when they get to the boat, they turn around. So what do? You throw drop shots in. So I have some tied up here that I've actually used and recently, and this is more of a stealth rig. You can check out drop shots. We can't go through everything. There's just not enough time. But your sinker's here, and I've got a Gamakatsu hook here. It's a little size 8 river hook. And I put a bead on it, so the actual jig head is a bead. And I still got the bait on there. It's reality, right? It's nasty, but it's on there just to show you. And I've got a little piece of plastic on there. That's actually an eye candy minnow, the smaller one, the 3-inch. But I trimmed it to make it small enough. So that is at the level of the panfish right there. And I've got it on a Legend Elite panfish. And 7 foot is nice. So that was really good. But you'll see I braid here. So I could flick it out there. And it'll go from here to my boat out there. I mean, it just really flies. So you pitch it, and then you slowly drag it in. But I'll do drop shots. The biggest I've done, or lengthy one I've done, is 10 feet. All the panfish were 9 to 11 feet. All the crappies. There's some bluegills mixed in. You pitch it out there, and you slow reel it, and you hammer it. Eye candy floats. So this is hanging off here, out to the side. And this is a live bait loop knot. Not to be confused with a loop knot from a jig. And I could show you here in a little bit how to tie that, but let's get into this. So you pitch it out. I got a tungsten sinker on there, and then you just slowly reel it in. And when you feel weight, you don't set the hook. You start reeling, and if he's not there, you stop. Let him come back. I don't set the hook with a rod. And I like to say that because all people get in my boat, whether we're chasing crappies or we're chasing walleyes, and they'll rip it. Minnow's gone. The fish is just loving it. And it's like, I'm going to play this guy all day. So they just follow that. They'll skip my bait and everybody else's bait, and they're following that jig because they know that jig's going to set the hook all day. So when you reel, that hook turns in their mouth and it hooks them. And then you sweep. But you don't jerk it, because I just have to say that. I have clients from Texas and Deep South, and their feet leave the ground when they set the hook. I know when they're setting the hook, and I'm like, the whole boat shakes. I'm like, did you set the hook again? No, I didn't. But you see, you're almost making a wake for the other boats around you. I'm like, just remember, reel. And then you'll feel the boat jump again. So you have to keep telling them over and over. And then what I do is, it's simple. You can use rubber bands I use, but I take this and I wrap around the back of the reel and over the spool right there. And then the last, I just throw it around the rod. Organized. And remember, take the tip and roll it around one eye. Then your rods won't commingle as much. I mean, they still will. One cool way to do it, and I love this way, here it is take, and this one's with a rubber band. And if you can't see everything here, I'm not going to run away at the end. Here's another drop shot. But if you're not sure how far the panfish are going to be before you go, tie a segment of line. If you think it's going to be 5 feet or less, tie a segment of line and then put a bullet sinker. I got a tungsten bullet sinker with a bobber knot. Now, if someone's going to whip it, well, their sinker is going to fly off. You don't want that. I tied a little bead if I'm not casting it, because I've learned your sinker is going to fly off. But if you put a knot, a bobber knot or two there, put a little bead at the end here, tie it on. You'll never lose it. But you can totally adjust it just by moving it forward. And that extra line dragging on the ground does not scare the fish. So this is a stealth rig, actually. A stealth rig is a finger line off there. There's a bead, just like the walleye rig that I do, but with that finger line using a loop knot. You could pre-tie them and just tie them to your braid. If you have fluorocarbon, you could tie it right on there. Now, if you have heavier line, like 8-pound test, you could just wrap twice and pull a knot, make a knot above there. Them panfish ain't gonna break it if it's heavy. And they're not necessarily gonna be afraid of it if you're in any vegetation, but if you're in open water where there's no vegetation, you gotta lighten your line. And that's why I like this knot. It supports on both sides. And then you could trim it also and snell a hook. But I like to leave the loop itself, and then I thread it. If you don't have a way to thread it, you're gonna be frustrated and you're gonna throw the rod in. So make sure you got a way to thread it. What I'll do before I tie this on, I use the bottom of the line and I'll go in the hook, out the hook, and I'll thread it onto the loop. That'll save you some time and frustration. So remember that. So bullet sinker, bobber knot, tighten it really good. You're set for exploration. Simple and easy to use. And it'll be here if you want to see it. And then, of course, well, why don't we use bobbers all the time? It's simple. Wind and waves. You're accurate now. How many people here have forward viewing? Just out of show of hands. I do. So not everybody's got it. How many have side imaging? Side imaging is still a deadly tool. It's easy. It's always on. If you're sitting still, you still see fish swimming on side imaging. I remember I've been using that in tournaments for years. We would wait to see which side they'd come on and pitch a bobber there. I got friends all over the Midwest that still just use side imaging. It's deadly, and it comes with the unit. Even the lowest unit has side imaging. And just amazing tools. And but this is what, when you see this in the distance, there's increments of measure, and you throw it to there, and you catch fish. But if it's windy, your bobber's not going to work. It's going to drift off the fish. And when wind blows, we don't get. It says 5 to 10. You know, okay, snowmobile helmet. It's going to be windy. It's been like 20. You go out some days, it's 40 miles an hour. And I'm on windy. It's like going into the ocean, you know. It's like I'm like crab fishing or something some days. And my people are looking at me, are we safe? And I'm like, I think so. And we just keep going, you know. But here's, this this is a side imaging. And I zoomed in. That's old side imaging. The new one is really good. I have my sensitivity up. I make the screen go almost as fast as it can possibly go. And you have a very accurate machine. So that's zoomed in, and then here's a little bit more of a close-up. Isn't that crazy? And that's without forward viewing. That's where technology has gone. And then here's a school of crappies. So if you got a good friend, he'll tell you to cast to the right side, right? If you have a bad friend, he'll say, yeah, just try it over there. Well, you ain't gonna catch nothing over there. You can see right there. And that's the kind of school you'll see. And I like showing these images. It gives you an idea what to look for. So I don't know what to look for on side imaging. Take a picture right here. This is what you want to show them. Now, let's just touch a little bit on forward viewing. This is a perch photo last fall. That's all perch from 15 feet from the boat, and there's some here under the boat, all the way to here. That's with the hummingbird. Do you think I caught less because I have a hummingbird? We hammered them. And it's, you know, that's a monster school perch, and they're all big. And so that's what's helping. And then you kind of know where to throw. Then you'll take that and you'll look at another place and there's nothing. Well, so it does help, you know, and there's forward viewing. And, you know, when panfish get a little spooky from the boat, which is happening everywhere, they've always been spooky of the boat in my area because we're not always fishing 30, 40 feet of water. We're fishing 15, 17, and you got to get it away from the boat. Away from the boat is from here to him, over here. Away from the boat is to right there. The wall sometimes, you know, if you're fishing, we had a lake over there by us called Winnie, 27 feet of clarity. Oh my goodness. You do anything wrong, your fish are gone. You get ready to cast or do something, you look, there's nothing anywhere. So you just got to be they're boat shy and pitch and then drag it back in. The thing with drop shots, they allow you to always have your bait at the level of the fish. Drop shots, stealth rig. Stealth rig is a finger, drop shot is on the line. Well, where do you use one or the other? Everybody uses drop shots for everything now. You could get a hook that's got a swivel and a rigged right in. So you tie your hook on and add a finger of line later for the sinker. You can get those. Gamma Katsu makes them. I have them here. I could show you. They're in a package like this. You go out and you buy them. There's your drop shot. Put a chunk of crawler, put a minnow on there, and you're set for whatever. But it's got the swivel, so you never spin up. And you add the finger of line to the sinker later, so you don't have that swinging or have to wrap it. Kind of cool. I have those. But if you're in a really clear body of water, they even have long shank ones, which is my favorite. And that is just a really cool deal. But you don't have to do it that way. Just tie it to the level. And like I said, if you go out, you can't figure out the stealth knot, which is a loop knot. Just, if you have 8-pound test, wrap it twice and through, and you've got a drop. You've got a stealth rig. The finger makes a big difference. In the walleye side, like last year I mentioned, when you're using a drop shot where the hook's attached to the line, tied straight up, you would get a bump, and all you got left is lips of your leech over and over and over. Or they pull it off. You just feel this like a guitar string. They were just playing you, and there goes your leech. And the whole school leaves. If they got a piece of food in their mouth, eater walleyes, they'll follow that walleye. They want that piece of food. I've watched it many times. You'll see in clear water sometimes, like last year, you could see the walleyes, like even at the back chairs there. And you'll see also, oh, I got my shiner. And you'll see that one in the shiner in the mouth go like this. And they all go, hey, and they go follow it, and they're gone. So you got to be careful sometimes. So I always told people, don't lose any minnows. And so let me go forward here. So calm days, bobber. Windy days, drop shot. It doesn't move. You could hold it there, and you could just shake the rod. You could lower it. So when you drop the rod tip, the drop shot drops down. And when you raise it, you're jigging it. And go heavier with the sinker. I'll use like 1/4 ounce. I'll use 3/8 if it's really windy for panfish. And they're not moving the sinker. They're moving the rod tip. They're just pulling on the line that's above and just lift, and you got them. It's pretty amazing. And I get to use the laser pointer now. So right here, there's the knot, the loop knot. There's a finger line. I got this wrapped because you just can't get a good photo of it. And I got a cylinder sinker at the bottom. You don't have to use cylinder sinkers. They got teardrop ones. They got, I use bullet sinkers. I use split shot. It's whatever I can find in Max, Minnesota at the gas station, you know. So that's what I end up using. I love all these colors. And I hardly ever go, I don't use big ones like this for panfish. I'll use 6 and 8s most of the time. Even a tiny bluegill could eat a 6. But for color, I wanted to show you purple. You got to have purple when you're crappie fishing. If you ain't got purple, you got to drive back home and get some. Go to the bait, come here. And but I have all the different colors. There's just a few that fit in the photo. And these are 32nd ounce jigs right here. So try different colors. I have them all set up. Short shank is great. Chunker crawler with a leech, slightly threaded. The head of the leech threaded on right here. Or for plastics, perfect. You got the little barb. You see here? Take a Gamakatsu hook, put a bead on it, put a split shot in front of it. You've got a rig now. You've got your own jig. You just created one. You could put different beads on there. You could have one bead. You could have multiple beads. You could put a bow tie spinner. We pitch spinners too. We don't just, because you see where the fish are. You go around the whole lake and all the fish are like right here. Well, are you going to troll through them? You're in them like for 2 seconds. No. I tell my people every day, why troll through them and maybe get one? You know, when you could stop and catch them all. Stop and catch them all is what we say every day. And that's how you can do. You stop and you pitch stuff like this through them and get them. Of course, there's witnesses here, so some days ain't always catching. So vertical baits in the basin, sky's the limit. You know, just as long as you get down there. I use a lot of treble hooks, and this is coming up. We'll be fishing this in a couple weeks on some of the smaller lakes. I still use feather jigs, but you're tight lining, and I'm using a Panfish Elite 5.4 because you're ice fishing under the boat. But what we do, also, we use a 5.4 to 6, and we're fishing with small spoons here, laser pointer, yay, right here in the weeds, but we go to one hook. So you're dropping it in thick weeds like this, and you're jigging in one spot, and you jig it and just rattle it. And just that split ring and the noise it makes, or if it has rattles and a chunk of crawler hanging off there, works really good. And one of the marketing guys here, Dan, was with me, and we pounded big crappies and bluegills for a shoot with little spoons like this and a single hook. And you could just add, you could add a chain, little chain that everybody makes them and sells them for ice fishing. Works really well. Spinner heads are fantastic. So a deep V spinner head works good. Those are the old-fashioned spinner heads, but you can throw it through the school and bring it back. And always stay up high, and you'll get the biggest ones. In the last summer, Heather and I, we don't get a chance to get out much. I guide a lot, like doubles and almost every single day, but we both dropped down on some crappies we thought were bass. We're actually bass fishing. And she got a 2 and I got a 2.5. And there's another guy in the boat that got a 112. We weighed them all right there on the spot. And my buddy, who I know, he started growing fangs immediately like a vampire. He looked up and he goes, "We're not on the spot anymore." I said, "Not with you around here." And we slid off the spot. But, you know, we left because immediately the fish are dead. And they're only in 26 feet of water, but they blow their air bladder. So we popped a couple of big giant trophies and we're going to mount them. But that 2.5 was 16 3/4 inches and hers was over 16 inches. But that was last year. Great time, smaller crappies, and we just plucked some big ones just like that. and it was really cool. And then I get this scent. Scent to me is very important. If you're on a fishery where like you can wiggle your finger in the water and you get a fish on it, then you don't need scent. I don't have those places. My places get like everybody goes there with all the stuff we talk about and they just dice and slice it. I like scent. So I'll send stuff up. It's in my boat in the window there. I've got, I love Dr. Juice and I use Procure, but I use Procure Squid, works on everything that swims. It just does. And I got a lot of clients in this room. Your bait had squid, and I put a little drop on the side of my boat there, and I squish their bait in it. It's good all day, and it's good the next day. And we use a lot of eye candy because it's absorbent. It's like a sponge. When you squish it, it sucks it all up. If you spray it in the trays that they come in like this, the next day half your scent is gone. They just wick it right up. If you open up some of these in my boat, it'll almost knock you out. They smell so bad. But the fish hang on to it longer. And we've had walleyes, crappies, bass come over and stop and pick it up off the bottom, and you got a fish. Even I'm netting a fish, and one of the hottest colors I've ever used in fishing, and this one's hard to find, is that pink silver. That works for every crappie, and that looks big. You can catch a 9-inch crappie on that. I mean, that's a 3-inch, and they do shrink out of the package a little bit, but I've caught giant bluegills on that too. Every panfish everywhere eats that. Of course, waxworms, maggots, leeches, little leeches. I love leeches. Leeches, especially, it gets better and better as the summer goes. Crappies eat leeches, bluegills eat leeches, perch eat leeches. But in end of July, August, they're amazing. But, you know, a lot of times I can't find the little panfish leeches. They're cheap and they sell out of them, which panfish leeches are really good for walleyes. But the little leeches, I don't use a whole leech. I cut them up into pieces and we put them on the little feather jigs, little plastic jigs, and they work amazing. And we call it leeches pieces, panfish candy. So bluegills, I want to throw this. I separate them because there's some differences. Like when crappies are up and suspended, the bluegills, they're out here, right here in this part of the room. The bluegills are on that edge where the cupboards are, right there. They like work that edge to work the edge of the weeds. And so I had to separate them. You can see I'm fishing right now and no one's finding bluegills. They're saying there ain't no bluegills. Watch boats come and go. Then I sneak out there and they're right where they fished. And they have forward viewing, they have side imaging, but they missed a few things. Bluegills rise and fall every day, but they're always where that sandbar. I know, it's me. It's the chairs. It's the chairs, and I do that when I don't if I don't get faster talk. So they're always at an edge. Treat bluegills like a walleye that's on that edge near the mud. And they weren't looking for bumps on the bottom. If you see bumps on the bottom where the bottom's supposed to be smooth with mud, they're bluegills. And they lay on the bottom, and it all depends on your pressures. Yesterday, the barometric pressure was high. And I'm like, this is going to be tough. I think we're going to have a tough day. But I looked at the salooner table, and it was a high percentage, and they fished just bit like crazy. But as soon as we had a peak, it was done. And you could have done the day just by watching the peaks and valleys in the salooner table. It's a cool chart. It's fishing. It's Game and Fish app for barometric pressure. And we watch it. And me and my guide buddies can't believe how spot on it is. The only caveat, if your pressure is super low, it doesn't matter. Then you need paddles. You have to really do something different. But moderate or stable pressure, even high pressure where the fish get squirrely, it changes their air bladder. High pressure shrinks down their bladder. They become hungry. They move around. Low pressure expands it. They feel uncomfortable. They go to the bottom. Low pressure has saved most of my good panfish lakes where I fish. I've seen so many SWAT teams of four-wheelers and snowmobiles hit the ice during low pressure. Swiss cheese a lake, look everywhere, and leave with all technology, bait, micro hooks, and you name it, like they're going to the Olympics with motors, and never catch a fish. And then right when they leave, the sun's getting close to setting, here comes all the fish. They're everywhere. And the holes are pre-drilled, right? So low pressure, don't fish a lake you've never been to before. Do something that's a lake that's full of fish, maybe smaller fish. We go to the eater lakes for bluegills. If you want to catch really big ones, pressure is important. And so pay attention to your barometer. It's a big deal. And panfish, bluegills have a small air bladder, so they're real fussy. When they bite, but most of the time they don't. The really, really big ones, they're hard to catch. And, just little micro edges and look for bumps on the bottom. And they'll go deeper than you think. In the summer when they should be in 8 feet of water, they might be out in 14, 15. So I love chasing panfish across back lakes. The spots where leech trappers will trap and find out there ain't no leeches in here because there's fish in here. Those lakes are really fun still. And you get back there. This lake, it's hard to fish. It's only like 2 acres and it's got giant bluegills in it. And I'm walking through the woods, getting wood ticks on me. It's great. And then there's trees all over. So I'm going to cast. Yeah, that's all my line. If you ever find a lake I'm fishing, that's all my line up in the trees. And there's lures when the water level drops. You'll see all my stuff snagged on the logs out there. It is so much fun, other than that part. But you don't need a boat to catch big bluegills. And then they'll continuously bite all the way through the season. That 60 degrees, 70 degree water. We're at 60s just about everywhere. 66, 65, 68. When that water gets in the 70s, the bluegills just turn on. And they use up that bug hatch that they've been eating all summer. And I can't lie, I love big bluegills. I mean, this is what I'm after. I'm pushing the 2-pound barrier. I just can't get over 115. And I know I've been close to them. I've seen them, and they don't always bite. I think I worked this fish for an hour, and it finally bit. And that was a low pressure day. You could see the clouds. They're worth it. When you see these giants, they're fun. And where do you catch big bluegills? There's big bluegills here. I stopped at a lake right off the main highway and fished it. It was a little lake. It's called, is it Upper Notelli? But anyway, I did fish there, and I caught a pound 2 bluegill. They're closer than you think. They're all around. They're in both states, Minnesota, and get out there and catch them. Don't eat that one. Eat a smaller one. Keep mediums. Mediums mean don't keep these. You don't grind them. No, we keep anything up to about just under 9. I fish a lot, so I don't say I keep them 10 and less. No. I can't do that. I fish a lot, less than 9. If you fish a lot, save them biggies for the kids. I love using Sunline braid. You take this Avid rod, you look at that handle and those eyes that have a slight little pitch to the bottom. It is such an amazing rod for fishing bobbers and fishing bluegills and casting. I love that rod. This handle is awesome. It has a spot for your thumb and everything. Love that rod. The Legend Elites are really cool. I have those, but I really love this Avid. It's been fantastic. And use it with braid. That little tiny valley in the ice was a genius idea. Absolutely genius idea. And I've used it. Love this. It goes with me everywhere I go. So I have that, and make sure I have it with me. There's a lot of things you can do. Oh, and then even tight lining. We're talking about tight lining spoons. Tight lining is where you just drop it over the side of the boat. And with forward viewing, forward viewing is nice for sharing. Not the end of the world in this regard. If you have forward viewing here and you point down the boat, you can see everybody's lines. And I'll look and somebody's like right next to the boat and we're in 20 feet of water and they're like 3 feet and they don't even know. They reeled it up to the surface. I'm like, you're like right by the water. Let it out. You watch them let it out and you get them down in the right spot. So they're not wasting their time. But so tight lining works really good. I'll put this in the light. This is tungsten jig from Northland. Black head And no, Tom Wynn did not tell me to use this one. If you know, everything's black. There's a walleye guy that reinvented walleye that everybody's copying in all the tournaments right now. I met him. I was a big advocate to get him into Northland because he's just a super nice guy. So I'm using a black jig head. It's got the little red eyes, and it's tungsten with black in it, but it's got a little stripe of yellow. That one was one of the hottest jigs I've used this year. And in clear water, dark water, just fantastic. So experiment with colors. If I'm not tight lining with this straight under the boat, you'll pull those bluegills off the bottom in those high pressure situations. And then this has been some of the biggest bluegills I've caught this year, and smallest have been on that. They eat it right down their throat. 32nd ounce jig is all you need on that. Tungsten's nice, but you want to loft it. You know, if I'm not guiding for I'm a walleye guide because I'm selfish with my panfish. I don't want to show anybody my spots. But if I get to know you, I still won't show you. No, I'm just kidding. Maybe I will, right? I might. But these are fun. You know, you start getting that 11-inch bluegill, they exist. They're around. And so that little eye candy is nothing to this fish. And some of these bigger ones, half a crawler or a whole crawler, they just eat it. Jumbo leech. And the problem is you catch walleyes, though, by accident, and you're not really after them. But and then when it's cold, I love it. Get out in that 20 feet, 15, 16, 20 feet. I don't like to chase them in over 24 if I can, especially on the lakes because they tend to have barrel trauma. If you're not going to kill the big bluegills, don't do it. Eaters, well, I don't care. I don't care how deep I catch them because, you know, but these big ones are fun. And spot lock. And outside, you'll see I have talons. I use talons for every type of fishing all the time. 90% of your fish are less than 15 feet of water, and I got 15-foot talons. I've used those on days where the water's coming in the back of the boat. I got witnesses here. I've got his talon down. I think they were scared for my boat. They thought I was going to sink it. Those things hold. And the lifetime warranty on the rod, that fiberglass rod, and it's aircraft aluminum, and it flexes. I broke a couple of brackets already this year. You zip them off, put another bracket on. They're designed to break because I forgot they were down going with a V10. Let's go! Snap! Oh, okay. But they don't break. You put a new bracket on, and there they are again. But let's talk a little bit about perch. If the walleyes are terrible, these are great. I love those things. And, you know, they exist on most lakes, but not every lake can grow a jumbo perch. And what's a true jumbo perch? It's in the eyes of the beholder. Some people will call a 9-inch perch a jumbo, or even a 10. We consider anything over 11 jumbos. And we see a lot of 12s over there, but not every fish is 12. Not every fish is 13. You'll see a few 14s, but that's a small percentage. And they'll all get that big, but they get fried before they get that big. But perch are like corn. They just keep planting themselves over and over, and they grow to that size. It's your class recruitment of perch make them the best eating fish out there. They're delicious. And up in the perch triangle, we do love it. And if a lake doesn't get fish for perch, they just keep growing, and you'll have way more big ones. And so most of the time, perch love that 55 to 60 degree water. Right now, if you went perch fishing over in my neck of the woods, if you weren't on the right lake, you'd hate it because these lakes that have millions of perch and they're all big, you ain't gonna find them. You're gonna find them, you're gonna see them, they ain't gonna bite. But you know, some lakes are ahead of each other. Leech is shallow and flat. Leech is on fire. It's like so on fire. There is no one fishing perch out there right now. Nobody. And it's super on fire. But if you go there in a couple of weeks, it won't be on fire. You know, so all the lakes, and that's just one, and that's gigantic. I'm not picking on a tiny lake, but all those lakes from 1,000 to 3,000 acres have big jumbo perch in them. You know, other lakes around there, 10,000 acres, you know, and you got Winnie and Cass, they all have their window Let's call them window lakes for everything. There's crappies, big crappies. There's bluegills. And I would say the biggest bluegills, if you're a trophy hunter, pretty hard to beat the big lakes. The biggest bodies of water you can find still have big bluegills. There might be a needle in a haystack, but we have machines to find needles. So, but right now for perch, whatever lake has ate up the mayflies and got warmer is going to be good. And then the other lakes will slowly join on. Every month, there's a phenomenal perch bite on every lake in my neck of the woods. They move up on top, they feed, they dump on the bottom, and they don't feed. And we catch them down in that deep water, but on some lakes, they can go down to 50, 80 feet. And I witnessed perch in 84 feet, there were big jumbos, 12, 13, almost 14 inchers, chasing eel pout with a camera that ran out of spool. I had the camera all the way down, and I was still like where the ceiling is, and I could see them coming in, and they're a giant perch. And they come up and they blow on the hook and swim away. So I like catching them shallow. You can throw a daredevil at them and catch them. You know, that's when I like fishing for them. And then, you know, old weed beds, they spawn in them, and they return to them in the fall. They visit them in the summertime. They eat midge flies. Then they eat, well, in the spring, they chase spot tails, a really big perch too. Then they eat midge flies. We're getting past that midge fly stage. Now they're going to go to mayflies. And some of the perch school goes down to where they come out of the mud. They just follow to the source and sit there and pick them off as they come up. Why chase them around in the shallows? You know, these are bugs that live for 2 days. They eat a little nectar on shore, gather up and dump their eggs in a lake. But right now, we're getting close to the crayfish time. When they come up to eat crayfish, it is hang on, the throttle's down, the perch are going to bite all the way from the time they start eating crayfish to fall. It's not just a September, October bite. It's a July, sometimes the end of June, but this June's cold. July, they're going to come up twice. August, they're going to come up twice. And then September, they're never going to go down. They just bite. They bite, bite, bite. I have to avoid schools of perch when I'm guiding for walleyes. You run out of bait. And the one time, you know how hard it is to find perch, some really big ones sometimes? I looked down in the water last year, it was clear, and there's all these giant perch on both sides of me, and I'm like, so I put my motor on 10, and I'm getting out of there so I can go walleye fishing, and I look, and they're following me on both sides. And they followed me for like 200 yards, and I'm like, holy cow. So I got up on plane, and I left, and everywhere I went that day, there's perch. Next day, a guy goes, hey, I know this is off the wall. You mind taking me for perch? I'm like, ha, here we go. Gone. Yeah, they're gone. I couldn't find them. Oh, revenge of the lake, huh? And we got some perch fanatics here. Where are you? Look at this. Big jumbo perch. And I want to tell you about these rigs that we were using. I take, because I tried to get them to make them, and they say, just keep cutting up our eye candy. I take an eye candy crawler, and I take the crawler, you take 2 inches of crawler, and then at the tail, you cut it at an angle and just made 2 lures. Looks like a little crayfish. You squeeze it in a shrimp or a crayfish scent. Shrimp is really good, and you'll catch perch every cast. Doing that. Every cast. And then try little tungsten jigs. 32nd ounce, 1/8 ounce, short shank. And then if you have to trim off the top, but the little eye candy plastic, and we're using Legend Elite, medium light, and 6-footers, because it's always windy in the fall. And we're just pitching this little bait. You never touch a minnow, you never touch anything. They love it. And and the best one is a crawler. It looks like a crayfish if you cut it, and you can get 3 or 4 out of them. And you can see that right there. That's it right there. That's what we got on that little tungsten jig. And that Legend Elite's fantastic. Avid would be really, really, really good. And then and that's a different thing. That's someone else's. But any questions so far? Okay, so when you're you could just look up drop shots, and you'll see drop shots. But look up the Stealth rig. It was in Fisherman in July. Here's another bait I use right here. When I'm searching for crappies, does anybody here fish for small ones? A 9-inch crappie will suck this down. This is an eye candy grub on a deep V spinnerhead. You know, and you could use a lot of different types of spinnerheads. I use the deep V ones, but that willow leaf spinner blade is nice because you could slow roll it, and these things are really soft. And just because it comes a certain size doesn't mean you can't trim the front of it, you know. But that's one of the best crappie baits I use. A black head, black body with a spinner, and I'll use purple core. Purple is good, and the core of that one is all purple. Works really good, and we'll pitch these around. I have braid on almost every single rod, and there's a reason. You know, I'm a fishing guide, and last year I keep trying different mono and stuff, bobber fishing, whatever. The only 3 snap-offs we've had were on mono, so I ain't doing it. I had 3 snap-offs, perfect 19.5-inch fish, doing just fishing normal. Never, ever get it with braid. Fluorocarbon leader. Why fluorocarbon? Abrasion resistant. Zebra mussels, rocks, all that stuff, weeds. But fluorocarbon has a better sink rate. Mono is nice. If you're pitching light jigs and you want to jig with mono, that's fine. But you want the sink rate. You want this thing to sink and stay straight when you're vertical. And this is more of a vertical rod that I slightly pitch out a little bit. And then that 7 GX 1000 goes so nice on these rods. And this is an investment you'll get back in spades because it is so silky smooth in the drag. When you're crappie fishing, you need a little bit of drag, not because the crappie is going to break your line, but because you don't want to rip their lips. So you're reeling, you're setting the hook by reeling, and you're not ripping their lips. Now you can see where I think that's the other 30 slides she cut off that I was telling you earlier, but it's probably good. So spinner heads are fantastic, and you want to use them. Here's another drop shot idea here. I got a cylinder sinker, and then I'll use it with just a really bright bead for bluegills, pink, and I got an orange bead, pink. That is an awesome color for every fish that swims out there. And I got the cylinder sinker. You can cast this. There could be algae on the bottom, and then you can slow reel that in, and that hook's going to hang back. And you could use a little micro leech on there, or a chunk of crawler, or eye candy plastics. But a bead and a hook turn into a jig in their own cells, and that's a good color for panfish. And panfish bluegills and crappies have binocular vision, so they could see particulates. They could see zooplankton as individual meals. They don't see, small stuff. They see everything, and that's what makes them really tough at times. They don't choose this. They don't want that. So color is really important. Sometimes you want purple, especially for crappies. Crappies, purple, sometimes blue, and then pink always. If there's one bait that's number one, and if you ever follow the crappie trail, there ain't a person on the crappie trail that doesn't have pink or white. Secondly, purple. And then now blue's another color for rivers, for that kind of stuff, and black is a great color. All the bugs they're eating are black just about. All the little tiny hatching bugs that come out of the mud are black. Or pumpkin. Pumpkin's a great color for crappies. It's not just for bass anymore. Bass kind of transcends into walleye fishing. 70% of the walleye techniques that are winning today are bass techniques, but it falls into crappies. So did you know when you're fishing with me, we're bass fishing for walleyes? We are, because that's where that's the categories they put them in. And so if you think, I'm just hoping I could jog some ideas in you to try stuff, and then you could tell me. But it's good stuff, and match it with a good rod. I love these Legend tournament rods, are phenomenal. This is overkill for a drop shot, but they're so sensitive and just a great handle. Couple that up with a GS 7 reel and it'll really make it something nice. When I'm pan fishing, I like 1,000 series, but I don't use 2,000 or 25 unless we're casting or ripping puppet minnows, rattle baits. We'd pitch crankbaits more, but I got people that cast crankbaits like they're from Texas. In my head, I got to protect this right here. So I don't let them cast crankbaits, but they work really well. And that's why I have the GX baitcaster reel from 7. We do pitch crankbaits. If there's one guy in the boat, and I do get that, just wants to go fishing and unplug, I'll have that a lot of times. And then you'll see here, clear. Clear is the color. What do you mean? There is no color. It's clear, but there's just a little bit. Clear is the new color. And there's been articles and stuff about it. All you got to do is add a little bit. There's just a little bit of tinsel in there. That's clear, and that will hammer panfish. I won't bite anything else. Subtle is the thing. Don't put this on a 1/4 ounce jig. Don't put this on an 1/8 ounce jig. 32nd ounce jig. A hook with no weight. This floats, so maybe a hook with a split shot. So the neat thing about this is when you're jigging and you stop, the tail sticks up. It stands up. And that's why the fish come and eat it. So that's a cool thing. It floats. It's absorbent. It floats. And you can stretch it like this. So that's eye candy and clear. And it's actually, they call it smoked shad. Barely smoke. It's a clear bait. And that's been a kind of a secret color. And I brought crayfish colors. All panfish eat crayfish, a small size crayfish. They're the size of like a Tylenol pill. Right now out there, whatever's hatching out of the crayfish. And so panfish eat them. They're on the weeds. They pluck them from the weeds. They eat shrimp. There's freshwater shrimp in all of our lakes, just in low numbers. They're not alkali like they are in the Dakotas. I found a duck camel blanket. I snagged it, brought it up in the back of my boat. Didn't realize it was covered in shrimp. And this is just on a lake you could drive to. And that duck camel, when it dried up, the shrimp were dead. They turned orange. My whole back of my boat was covered with shrimp. And that's just out of a lake I fish every day. Snagged it, brought it home. And it was just covered in shrimp. So there's shrimp. You won't know it unless something's in a lake overnight or something. And ducks eat them, but they grow great panfish. And there's a reason that some crappie lakes, some bluegill lakes, and some perch lakes just produce way bigger panfish. And this is where studying before you go makes a big difference. Wisconsin and Minnesota DNR have lake charts. Online, you can get them on your phone, and they'll have lake surveys and information for you to kind of do a little rehearsal before you go. And you could look on your Helix, has maps that show you, and you could check out lakes. So I always look for, are they in the lake? You don't want to fish a lake that don't have them. Does it have potential for growth? They'll write stuff. Probably a little reluctant now because, this lake has giant gills. Well, that lake's, if they wrote that in their survey, it's probably not good for that lake anymore. But if it shows promise, even if it doesn't show them, if you know that they're in there, you know that there's going to be some big ones. And it's fun to catch them. I catch them, bite them, play with them, look at them, and then I let them go. Then maybe keep the small ones once in a while. But I got so many perch to eat. I eat perch and I baby the bluegills. Anybody have any questions? Shy crowd? Anybody here? Anyone? No? Come on. You got 2 minutes. Yes.
How far away do you normally pitch your drop shot?
There are times when I've seen for panfish, they'll move 60, 70 feet away from your boat. It depends on how the waves are, if you're slapping in waves. So I like to do drop shots 20 to 40 feet when I'm pan fishing. I don't want to be any farther away. But you want that to perform well. You want to throw it out there and you want to slowly move it forward. And then as the rod's loading up, you could troll with them. You could troll with them actually really slow, but you really got to monitor your speed. You don't want it to start spinning. You want it to go slow. And I've pitched bow ties on my stealth rigs before and reeled it really slow. So that's the important thing, slow and close by, 20 to 40 feet. And only maybe on a photo shoot or something where I need to get them and it's really tough, I'm going to cast as far as I can. But interesting note on a different type of fish, walleye, last year in my neck of the woods in the tournaments, there's people that had to cast 60 to 80 feet to catch them because they're getting chased now more with that forward viewing, and fish are adapting. And it seems like they're a little reluctant to sit in the beam. If you wave that beam at them, they're gone. So you just use it to know they're there and then go. Some people will stare at them, whatever, and that's great, but they're feeling it more and more. It depends on how much pressure a lake gets. 20 to 40 feet. Great question, though. Yes.
What was the scent that you said that you used?
What was the scent I use? There's a couple different companies. They're all really good. I'm not sponsored by them, but I have Dr. Juice and Procure. I probably have the most Procures. You can see it in the window of my boat. I have them stashed underneath my graphs. And just put them on a little plate and squish them in. Excuse me, I don't want to sneeze. Squish them in there and they absorb it. And that's the thing about these. Where this is the hottest bait there is. You know, me, I want to see pan candy. I don't want to see eye candy, but is they float. And they're the most absorbent. They're like a sponge. They suck it all up and they don't shrink too much if they're left out. So I treat these like a crankbait. I take them off the hooks at the end of the day and I put them right back in here. But I have a bunch of these I don't put back in here. I have them stacked and rubber banded together. And I sent them up. Make sure you try your scent on one and not all of them. I wrong scented a couple dozen packs by accident, and fish were repelled by it. So, and that was krill. I put krill in it. Oh, I think it's shrimp. And then so I ran out of the ones that I had squid on. And then later in the summer, they went nuts for the krill. So I got to use those again. Just remember, try different scents at different times. And scent changes too. You know, so there's some key things, very important things to do. And make sure before you do anything else, load up on St. Croix rods while you're here and 7 reels, because you'd be surprised how many rods you could fit in a rod locker or in your truck. And then you could ask forgiveness later.
Guys, how about a round of applause for Brian? Moving down the tracks, we're gonna let Bro get out of here. Bro, you're gonna go out here and take a left and head into kind of where our big area is. Next person on stage will be Tony Roach.
Sounds good. Oh, you guys kicking me out of here? That's just kidding. Good thing Heather cut my
All right, everybody, our next seminar speaker, again, is no stranger to St. Croix customer appreciation. He is living proof that the Roach family walleye legacy is alive and well in Minnesota. He is not a Packer fan. He is a Viking fan. We will not hold that against him. That's all right. Tony has had a hand in a lot of new products. Icon, Avid Series Walleye, tremendously. If you're familiar with Avid Series Walleye, we released it model year 2023. It's absolutely skyrocketed from there on out. So one of our most popular walleye series, Tony was a significant anchor in the release of that product. Tony, they can find you in Dialed In Angling, a new way to find Tony Roach, as well as Roach's guide service, most social media outlets. One of my favorite people in the industry, Tony Roach.
Oh, it was on mute. There you go. So as I was saying, don't be intimidated by electronics. Today's electronics are pretty straightforward. A lot of them, you turn them on, you go through, they're pretty user-friendly versus, 10 years ago, they were a little more difficult to navigate. You had to have certain settings. Now, it's a lot easier to use, so. Okay, so I use Lowrance. I'm not up here to just preach about Lowrance, but I use Lowrance. I use the mapping, the 2D sonar, side imaging, and then I also use forward-facing sonar. Now, if you're looking at setting up a graph or your graphs, my biggest recommendation for you is if you are going to set up a forward-facing sonar unit, have it stand alone. Don't split the screen with these others because your imagery is so much smaller when you split the screen. It's really hard to see. So if you're just getting into it, isolate the screen so you can see everything on the screen. The other thing is I'll get into settings here. You want to shorten your window as far as your distance out you're viewing. That's going to help you see more things. Same thing with side imaging. Don't space this out to 200 feet. Shrink that back into about 60 or 80 feet on side imaging. You can really see a lot more definition. You'll be able to pick out fish behind boulders, in the weeds, in the sand. But if you shorten the distance that you have out on your side imaging and shrink it a little bit, it's going to be a lot more defined where you can pick out rocks, you can pick out fish, okay? Too many people have it, spread too far out at 200 feet. You can't see anything, okay? You can't tell what things are. Same with your forward-facing sonar. Don't have it out at 150 feet. Shrink that down to 60 or 80 and you'll get comfortable with that. And I'll get into, forward-facing sonar, but I use it for catching fish in real time. I pull up to spots. I spend a lot of time looking for fish first. So I'll decide like, hey, what's my best approach to these fish? Like right here, these fish are suspended, but they're on a point. Okay, maybe this is a spot that I need to throw a bobber or I need to throw a jig wrap into them and jig it versus going out here and live bait rigging through them or trolling crankbaits. You're only in the fish for that short, narrow window. Plus you can see at the height at which these fish are at, so you can set your depth. And so I use my electronics to really tell me like how I should be fishing, not the way I want to fish or how I fished yesterday. Electronics will tell you that. And now, it's to the point where I'm hunting down individuals as much as packs of fish. Like I can pick out one big fish in that school and pitch on it. They're that defined. I just put this up there. This is a good description. People see your 2D sonar all the time. Like I get to take thousands of anglers out a year in my boat. They look at my electronics and they're like, man, look at all the fish there. But what you're seeing here are a couple different things. You're seeing a lot of bait, okay? You are seeing some hard arcs with some fish in there. Those are walleyes in the school, but these aren't all walleyes. You see a lot of people see those arcs and they think, oh, those are all fish, and they're not. So picking out those hard arcs in the school on your 2D sonar is really important. And then, as I go over the top of these schools, then I'm using my forward-facing sonar to kind of refine my technique from there. Also, when you're seeing the bottom, you can really see this hard bottom and how it softens up here and then gets back into that. I'm looking for a lot of bottom composition all the time. And in my mapping, like if you look at my maps, I am very good at marking icons, okay? So when I find hard bottom spots, I mark them all the time. Same thing, let me go back to this other slide. When I find big boulders like that, I mark big boulders because they don't move. Fish swim all the time. If you just put blue dots all over your map, it doesn't always tell you what happened there. But if you look at your icons, for boulders, I use the big rock icon. For reefs, like if I come up to a hard bottom spot and it's out in the middle of a muddy basin, I will mark that with this little reef icon that I use. If it's vegetation, like I mark cabbage weeds a lot. If you find cabbage, everything lives in cabbage, especially on small stocked fisheries. Almost all the walleyes relate to the weed lines. So I mark that cabbage, that good, really tall standing cabbage, especially on break lines. I mark that stuff a lot because then I can come back to those spots year after year. But I use like the weed icon on there. So This is just kind of a picture of, down imaging of the active target 2 that I use. That's the forward-facing deucer. This was actually a video, but I sent it over to St. Croix as a PDF. So, the video didn't pop up, but it shows a guy dropping his jig down and catching a fish. So as far as the sonar itself and the settings for your deucers, now you can mount that on a trolling motor or you can mount it on a pole. What I have on my boat is I have one on a trolling motor, I have one on a pole. If you are a spot locker, if you spot lock a lot in the wind like I do, I highly recommend putting on a pole. It's just going to be way easier for you to get more, I would say, to get better at casting distances and being more efficient with it if it's on a pole. Because if I can spot lock in the wind, now I can see fish, right? If you have it on your trolling motor, as soon as you spot lock, that deucer becomes useless. Okay, so I use a lot of different poles. I've used every brand out there. All of them are pretty good. Bruce City in Wisconsin, I think they're made in Milwaukee or something. They're really good. Summit, Fin Gear, Arc Labs. There's a lot of companies that make good poles. So it's just about getting a bracket that fits your boat. Like I run a Lund. Lund has a sport track system, so you can mount any pole to any bracket and then snap it in your sport track and lock it down. Some of them, if you've got a glass boat, you can mount them on your rails. Some you can even drill into your gunnels if you want, but I don't want to run drill bits into my boat, so I like something that's easy, like a sport track on a Lund, because boats are 100 grand nowadays, and the last thing I want to do is taking my DeWalt out and drilling holes in the top of it. And so I mount mine on a pole. But as far as the setting of the deucer, when you're in forward mode, this is if you're just getting into forward-facing sonar, I would say 90% of the time I run it in forward, okay, or 85%. The other time I run it in scout. I rarely run down viewing unless I'm on ice. Like when I'm ice fishing, down viewing's great, especially if you're fishing crappies or whatever. Down viewing is, you can see multiple holes. Like if you're in your shack or your shanty, you can down view and see it. The other time I've used down viewing was in the fall in a wintering basin for fishing crappies. They were suspended. And so I used to fish with my 2D sonar and jig all the time. Now I use down viewing with a jigging wrap, and I'm catching crappies that are suspended that are in those wintering basins in the fall. But as far as your settings, where they should be, you can adjust these up. Like if I'm in shallower water with forward-facing sonars, I'll cheat mine up a little bit, and then I can see out a little farther as far as your distance. So don't be afraid to cheat those up. I was so hung up when I first started using these deucers, like, do I have the settings right? Do I have it, there's 3 lines on there. Do I have them perfect? And you don't have to worry about that. If you cheat them up a little bit, you can actually see out a little further. On Lowrance, if you don't have it right, like if you have it tilted too far down or too far up, your bottom will be really off, okay? And then there's also a thing called stable view on there. So when you're in your boat, that thing's not rocking back and forth, put that stable view on. When you're on ice, take it off. But the stable view is really helpful for using these in your boat. So, yeah.
Talk about forward-facing sonar. So mine, when I was looking at it, when I was in Canada last week, I have a big line like that, so I should cheat that up a little bit more to get that line flatter then?
Yeah, yep. If your bottom gets off a little bit, if you cheat that deucer up a little bit, or you'll get a little bit of black where you're not seeing it. If it's tilted too far down, it'll be more black, where it's kind of like cutting out part of the image. If you cheat that up a little bit, you'll be able to see more distance, and it'll flatten that out. So the other thing is, if you have a transducer or any transducer, other transducers on your boat, sometimes you'll hit that and you'll get a little bit of interference, but that's just normal. So here's in forward mode. Here's some fish on the screen. Now, the biggest thing with this is getting your distances down. See how I have this out at 60 feet, okay? I usually run mine at 60 to 90. I know if you're a bass angler, if people that are casting a lot, they might run those out a little further. But for shallow water situations, like I don't run it much further than 90 feet most of the time, unless I'm trolling. Because I do use my forward-facing sonar and trolling methods where I have my deucer up front where I'm scanning for fish, and then I take mine on a pole and I face it backwards. So when I'm trolling shad wraps or whatever, I can see my baits. It's just really a fun way to troll if you've never done that. But as far as pitching techniques, you know, I set mine out at 60. That way I can see weeds, I can see fish. You'll be able to see the fish right in the weeds. I actually took some screenshots on my phone here. We'll come to those slides in a minute, where these fish were suspended. I was off the edge of a weed line, but they were feeding on mayflies. So they're in really tight groups on Leech Lake. And I took some screenshots on my phone, but setting that out at 60 feet. And then for me, you can run it in manual mode, so it'll constantly adjust the depth for you, but I don't do that. I take it out of that and then I adjust my own depth. I don't like the auto adjust. So then you can adjust the depth manually. So here's down mode. This kind of shows you this is a real steep drop off. This is a big piece of bedrock with a bunch of bait fish around it. So, and then scout mode is basically taking that sonar and laying it flat. Now rather than looking like this in a narrower cone, I'm looking flat out this way. Now I can see everything. A lot of anglers are running their, if they're running 2 units, they'll run it on like a fish obsessed mount where they've got scout mode or perspective mode, and then they have a forward facing sonar. So that way, if you see fish over here, you can scan, and it's just a quicker way of getting to those fish. Scout mode's also really helpful when you're under, let's say under 6 feet of water. You can really see out there further. It's a little bit wider cone angle. So I put these up here. Here's some more screen images, just giving you an indication. I've learned so much about also boat spookiness, you know, with 2D sonars. Like by the time you drive over those fish, most of the time those fish are already spooked and they're not biting. Our lakes in northern Minnesota, I fish all over. I fish in the Dakotas. I fish in Wisconsin, Green Bay. They've all gotten a lot clearer as a result of zebra mussels. And so these fish that you used to be able to drive close to them, you can't even get close to them anymore. And so forward-facing sonar is so helpful in those situations. Like, look at Green Bay, how clear it is. I mean, if you fished out in Green Bay, it's just remarkable. I mean, look at, they just had a tournament out there this last weekend, and the guys would say we would see them, but they weren't biting. It was so clear, and there's so much bait. And so, you know, driving over those top of the fish is really challenging. The other thing I like about Lowrance units is you can touch the screen, right? So if I see a big pot of fish as I'm driving by on side imaging, say I see a big school of fish, I just touch the screen and drop an icon where those fish are, and then I rip back around and then drop my forward-facing sonar down. But now also, if you have it on a pole, you can scout for fish. Like pull up to a structure or the spot you plan on fishing, put your pole down and just start looking for them until you see them. And then you can back down and stop and spot lock before you get to those fish. Okay, so here are some screenshots. This is literally I took with my phone. The other day I was on Leech Lake. 2 different slides here, and you've got just different pods of fish out at different distances, okay? So you got a few up here, a few here. If you look, I don't have it on auto range, right? Oh, that's auto, but it's not. I do not have it in auto range. I always adjust mine to 20, so I always have my range kind of sitting here so I can adjust my depth, like how deep this particular thing is. But these are pods of fish that are actually up feeding on mayfly nymphs in the water column. So you've got, those are all schools of walleyes. And so you're pinpointing those fish at their particular depth. Now, when I set the, let's say I'm gonna bobber fish, for example, when I set the depth of my slip bobbers, I set it at the depth with my forward-facing sonar. So I'll point my arrow where I want it to be, drop my bobber down, and then set my jig and leech or whatever I'm using just above that pot of fish, rather than dumping it down to the bottom with a heavy weight. I'm actually setting it to the exact fish, or the exact depth I'm seeing them on my sonar. So let's get into some rods. So I'm going to talk more pitching techniques for forward-facing sonar, but don't be afraid to troll with forward-facing sonar. Like I said, if you've got, like I have one on my trolling motor, one on a pole, I point that pole backwards and look at my baits, and I point one forward on my trolling motor. And now I'm like hunting down fish like, oh, there's a bunch over here. So I just go right towards them and then troll shad wraps through them and catch them like crazy. So Okay, so gearing up, I would say the easiest way to get comfortable with depths, as far as depth the fish are at, to just seeing fish on your forward-facing sonar, is a simple slip bobber setup, okay? Spot lock, put your deucer on a pole, use a slip bobber, because what's cool about a slip bobber is if you throw it out there, for example, I'll go back to this. Okay, I've got fish out at, 60 to 70 feet. I want to target these fish. If I have a slip bobber set up, I can throw that out there, watch my presentation come down. Oh, that's only 50 feet. And you get that visual of that bobber sitting on top of the water. Okay. Then I go, okay, I need to go 10 feet further. So I'll reel up, throw that slip bobber back out there. I can watch that presentation fall right in front of those fish. I can watch a fish come up and hit it, take the bobber down. But slip bobbers help you then for jigging in plastics, for throwing jig wraps, for you get your distances down because you get that visual of that slip bobber on the surface of the water, okay? I like to use like a 7.5 foot medium light, extra fast. For bobber fishing, I use a 6 pound Suffix mono. I like advanced mono because there's low stretch. Okay, it's a monofilament, but there's low stretch. And so getting that hook, picking up that line and setting the hook when you're out at 70, 80, 90 feet, if you're using monofilament, there's a ton of stretch there. It's like a rubber band, right? And oftentimes when I'm slip bobber fishing, I'm using a really tiny jig, like a 16th ounce jig. Well, I want to make sure I have plenty of hook setting power. And so I like that medium, extra fast, okay? Even just a medium powered extra fast. So that tip loads up, I'm gonna get good hook setting power. But the key element is I like using mono, but I like that advanced mono because there's no stretch, okay? So if I'm out 90 feet and I need to reel up that slack and set the hook, it's instant hook setting power. That little teeny jig is gonna drive into the hard mouth of that walleye, and I'm not gonna lose them. So as far as pitching though, I love like medium extra fast rod. I use a 10 pound Suffix braid for most of the applications. I know when we get into talking about jig wrapping, for example, like Al Linder says he loves monofilament, right? Okay, where monofilament helps you with jig wraps or blade baits like that is you're not gonna throw that bait because it's gonna absorb some of the shock in the line, right? But where I will differ with him is I fish lakes that have zebra mussels all the time. And when I'm throwing a jigging wrap and it's hitting the bottom constantly, that nicks that line so fast that I lose my bait. It also, with a byproduct of zebra mussels, is phosphorus, right? So you get all this algae on the bottom. And if I have algae on my baits or zebra mussel shells, I can't feel them with the monofilament. So that's why I rely on braid with a fluorocarbon leader, okay? I use an Alberto knot on there with the fluorocarbon leader. I vary my leader length based on water clarity or the application that I'm using. But I almost always, for pitching, like if I was just gonna tell you like a one rod to use would be, like a 7 foot medium extra fast, 10 pound braid with a 10 pound fluorocarbon leader. It's gonna be way more abrasion resistant. If you're throwing a jig like this, or if you're throwing a jigging wrap, if you're touching the bottom, you're not gonna break off, okay? And plus you're gonna feel everything, all right? There's no stretch. And so that's why I prefer that setup on here versus monofilament, okay? And I know like even my Uncle Gary is like, oh, monofilament's way more forgiving, and it is. But you're gonna miss a lot of fish, you're not gonna feel as much, okay? And so that's why I use this setup. And I use varying braids. I don't just use Suffix 832. I use some nano braids. I use 131 as another braid that Suffix has. I really like these braid options for casting, especially lighter jigs. The bass anglers are lobbing on to a technique that we'll talk about with the freeloaders and swimming minnows. Walleye fishermen, I've been doing this for years, pitching these baits, okay? But using that lighter braided line to get some of these smaller jig heads out there is really key. Okay, so let's get into the slip bobber, because the slip bobber is the easiest form for you to get very comfortable targeting fish with forward-facing sonar and getting good at making sure your depths are, or your distances are right, because you can see that float on the water. So I can take a slip bobber, I can cast it out to this school of fish, you see your presentation, and then that slip bobber sitting on top, so you know, okay, that's 50 feet, that's 40 feet, that's 70 feet. What I did when I first got my forward-facing sonar unit, when I was forward-facing, I put it out at 100 feet. I took a slip bobber and I put an egg sinker just above a swivel, no presentation on there. And I just went out and I got comfortable casting that out, seeing where that dropped on there to say, oh, okay, that's 50 feet on here. And then I'd cast again, okay, that's 75 feet. And that gave me the confidence to really get good at my distances. All right. And so that's why I always start out this with slip bobbers. Plus, slip bobbers work for walleyes. You can go in a lot of situations. You can take a lot of people out with varying skill levels, and they can catch a fish on a slip bobber. So if you have grandkids, kids, people that don't fish in your family, you guys want to go out and have fun, it's hard to just throw a float over the top of fish, and they're not going to refuse it. Yes, sir.
You said like 1/32 ounce jig.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you find a jig with a big enough hook?
So you can find long shank 1/32 ounce jigs. You can find long shank 16th ounce jigs. There's manufacturers that make them. So you don't have to have a little short shank 32nd ounce jig. There's lots of companies out there that make a little bit longer shank on a jig for that. Yeah, I use a lot of like the VMC Moon Eyes. You can get that in a small jig with a longer shank. So as far as setups, mine is pretty simple. It's just like I described. You've got a 16th ounce jig, 32nd ounce jig. You've got a swivel. Oftentimes I'll put a little split shot there, and then I'll put a bead and this egg sinker. 1/8 ounce egg sinker is really key, because if you're fishing in any sort of wind, it's going to dump that presentation down in their face. But also it triggers a reactionary strike a lot of times. If that little tiny jig floats down in their face, it's one thing. If that egg sinker dumps in their face, they react to it. So sometimes you'll get these negative schools of fish, and just because I have that egg sinker on there and it dumps down in their face, they'll react to it. It's just like drop shot. If you've ever drop shotted before and you've watched fish on drop shotting on forward-facing sonar, if you dump that presentation down, boom, in their face, a lot of times they just react to it and they'll strike it. And so that's why I like to have it on the slip bobber. Also, when it's super windy, I can get my baits out to where I need to be, okay? Okay, plastics. I fish a ton of plastics, pitching a lot of plastics. I've been using a lot of the new Crush City plastics. I just referred to it. The freeloader minnow from Crush City is the new hottest bait out there, because bass anglers are swimming these minnows back to the boat. But walleye anglers, this should be on your radar as well, just because they work so well, not just for swimming minnows, but also for pitching heavier jigs out, like a 3/8 ounce, 3/16 quarter, letting it fall to the bottom and snapping these things. And then it'll have that slow sort of shimmer or swim fall to it. Other baits I use are for plastics. I like these Largo shads. They come in a 3, 3.5, a 4-inch. These are excellent walleye catching baits. The Crush City Mayor, which is another Crush City bait in the lineup, but it's comes in a paddle tail. There's a 3 and a 4-inch. You can rig them on various heads. Like I just referred to the Neon Moon Eye. That's probably the #1 jig I use for walleyes with my plastics. But I also use the hybrid swim head jig. See how that tie point there is pointed forward a little bit. It's got a little bit different bait keeper on there. See how the Neon Moon Eye is just that simple bait keeper. This has like a spring on here, so I can keep my bait tight on there. It won't fall off. Like I can get multiple strikes on here, and that bait's just not going to come off. Okay. I'll show you how I'm rigging these plastics, because I think it's really important right out of the gates that you're rigging your plastic correctly. So many people, if you don't rig these right, you're not going to get bites. Okay. They just won't get hookups. So when you're rigging these, you want to take the point, the very dead center of that plastic. Okay. You want to put that that hook point right dead center of that bait. See how I've got that? And then if you look on this Largo shad, there's a little guide on there that's dead center of the minnow up top. Crush City Mayors have the same thing. They have a little guide, a little center line so you can line it up. But you want to go dead center of this minnow bait, right like that. Okay, and then I want to go dead center on the body, going through the guide, and see how that bait is really nice and aligned on there. It's not bent. I'm not popping it out the side. It's perfectly in line. Now, when I'm fishing a paddle tail, it's going to swim correctly. When I pitch and rip that bait, it's going to hit the bottom, okay, and it's going to fall correctly. It's not going to spin. If it's hooked off to the side at all, you're going to get a lot of spinning action. The other thing is, once a fish hits it, if it pulls this bait down at all, if it's sitting like that, you'll get 1/10 of the strikes that you would if that thing's tight on the head, okay? It falls differently, it acts differently. You can get a little bit of super glue and super glue your heads on. That's gonna help you. You know, a lot of our lakes, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Dakotas, loaded with pike. Pike love plastics, right? And so if you bring a little super glue on there, you're gonna get a lot more time on those baits. But what I love about the Largo shads, and especially the Crush City Mayors, these are really durable plastics, right? You can catch a lot of fish on it. You can catch a lot of pike on these baits, and it's not going to tear your bait. So, and I use plastics all the time. I prefer plastics over live baits most situations. If I'm fishing in weed beds, if I'm fishing in anywhere there's sandgrass or anything like that, anytime I'm pitching and really snapping baits, I prefer plastics over live bait. And I should mention too, you know, with the rod, power of the action, what I love about that, like medium, extra fast, is like pitching it out there and then snapping it and then letting it fall. See how I like bring my rod tip up, but then I'm dropping that rod tip on a slack line because I want that braid. I can watch that braid, rip it, let it fall, watch the braid fall. Rip it, let it fall. I'm watching the braid fall. I'm not ripping it and then reeling and walking that bait back, okay? I'm throwing it out there. I'm letting it free fall, snapping it, and then dropping the rod tip down. So when you go to snap it, you're basically just setting the hook, okay? And so it's really important to have that medium, extra fast tip for setting the hooks. Now, I've really got into blade baiting the last few years. I've been a huge jig wrap fan. If you guys ever fish jig wraps, they work great. Ripping wraps out in Green Bay, a lot of situations, ripping wraps are the thing. But the last few years, I have really gotten into blade baits. Okay, blade baits catch everything. They catch bass, they catch walleyes. I didn't really grow up. I grew up on a lake river system, but I didn't grow up, you know, fishing deep holes with blade baits. So blade baits are fairly new to me over the last few years, but now with forward-facing sonar, I've just fallen in love with them. You get that sharp vibration just like you would, where they can feel that. It's not really a rattle bait like a rip and wrap, but it has that nice fall and that real good vibration that drives fish nuts. Rapple has come out with some new ripping blades. They're a great walleye bait, but they, like I said, the smallmouth bass love them in the fall. Everything seems to love the blade baits. And so I tend to do less blind casting like I used to. I do more electronic sight fishing where I see those fish, just like on my, if we go back here, where I'm seeing fish and I'm ripping that blade or jigging wrap, boom, right into those fish and then walking it back to the boat. Now, what's cool about before forward-facing sonar, you basically have to throw it out there, let it hit the bottom, and walk it back. Now, I can see the fish's mood. If they don't want to chase it all the way to the bottom, I just swim that thing through the water column, right? And all of a sudden, they'll chase, chase, chase. Sometimes they won't hit it, but they're chasing it for a long ways. Then, boom, I dump it to the bottom, let it hit the bottom, and then rip that thing back up and kind of change my cadence to draw that strike in, okay? But I've really fallen in love with these baits. You should take a look at them, these ripping blades, along with jigging wraps. Jigging wraps are a mainstay for me for a lot of different species. For walleyes, I tend to use the number 7s more than anything. I love a number 7. I do use number 9s and I do use number 5s, but number 7's probably the most. We're seeing a lot of lakes that are getting a lot of rusty crayfish. And so that jigging wrap bite is being more and more pronounced because of rusty crayfish. They're feeding on rusty crayfish. That's all they want. You know, there's times right now, like I was just up on Leech where I took those pictures of the forward-facing sonar. Like, that's all they're feeding on right now is rusty crayfish. Bugs and rusty crayfish. I mean, it's like the perch schools just go unnoticed. And as a result, the perch are getting a lot bigger. I was listening to biologists the other day talking about how growth rates of perch have really increased because of crayfish populations and because they're such a good source of protein. And I'm seeing it firsthand because when I catch walleyes, let's say keeper-sized walleyes in my live well, all they're spitting up is crayfish. And so that's where jigging wraps really shine. I like to use like the Fire Tiger is a great jigging wrap color for a crayfish bite. Also that dark brown craw, but other colors work like yellow perch. In really stained water, I like the glow white and the parrots and some of the brighter colors as well. But being able to see those baits really good on forward-facing sonar, you can really see a blade bait, you can really see a jigging wrap. It's just like no doubt about it. And I love being able to see those fish strike and being able to see where I'm casting. You know, sometimes you get a little bit off. You'll be pointing at some fish and you think, okay, 50 feet, and I'm really good at nailing the mark, but sometimes the wind catches your bait or whatever. You could say, oh, I'm a little bit off here and reel up and then recast those baits really quickly using a jigging wrap or a blade bait. Oh. Okay, there we go. Okay, hair jigs. Kind of along those same lines of pitching style baits. I have really fallen in love with hair jigs. I grew up in the plastics crankbait era. Like the hair jigs to me were like what my grandpa had in his tackle box, right? You'd see those old hair jigs and never paid attention to it at all until I started fishing. My first hair jig that I fished was a marabou jig. I remember throwing a marabou jig out there and I was actually trying to catch smallmouth bass because I had heard about people catching them on marabou. You know, this was 10 years ago. And I caught a walleye. And I was like, wow, I caught a walleye. And so then I got a whole bunch of marabou jigs and started fishing with them. And I've really fallen in love with hair. I've can't believe what a great multi-species bait that hair is. I catch a ton of pike. I catch a ton of bass. I fish this little, they call it the 3M Pro Challenge, right? They have some people, pros that fish this tournament, you know, quote unquote tournament, where they have all these people from 3M that fly in from all over the country to fish with you for that day. And my draw was actually Kent Herbeck, the first baseman from the Twins. So I was pumped to be able to fish with Kent and then a 3M'er, you got 3 people in your boat. Well, the tournament's based on inches, right? Everything gets thrown back, but it's a multi-species tournament. Pike, bass, walleyes, muskies, everything counts. They give it a point system and they give you a measurement and you got to put the most in the boat. So, of course, I'm competitive anyway. I don't care if it's a tournament of 10 people or 1,000, like I want to win it. Well, all the guys that were fishing it were really good bass anglers. They enjoy fishing this tournament as well. Most of them were throwing frogs up shallow. They were also dock fishing. And, you know, not really my game as a walleye angler. I rely more on my electronics. If the bass are deep, I can do really well. If they're up real shallow, those guys are probably going to walk me. But we had a big cold front the night after pre-fishing. It was like 70 degrees and it got really cold. So I decided that I was just going to throw hair jigs in the cabbage. And going back to my original story about marking icons, anytime I see good cabbage beds, when I was pre-fishing, I marked every single cabbage bed in the lake that I saw on side imaging. And so when the tournament had, I just went right to the cabbage, started throwing hair jigs in the weeds and caught everything. You know, we caught big pike, bass, everything was in the weeds. And so we won the tournament hair jigging in the weeds. And I've fallen in love with hair jigs. They're a mainstay of my arsenal. Same thing. I pitch a lot of hair jigs where I'm pitching and ripping them with forward-facing sonar, but I also do a lot of snap jigging, trolling. with hair, okay? And I don't tip these things. There's, I would say, 3 main types of hair jigs that I use. One is like this moontail jig. Also, VMC has a bucktail jig, which is a little bit shorter profile, smaller hair on there. So I use that a lot of times when the fish are really shallow in the fall or the spring when it's a little colder and I do shorter snaps. I use these more when I'm really ripping these baits and I'm getting this rise fall on them. But I also use that marabou. There's times where I swim that marabou through there, through the weeds. You can throw marabou out there. I'm warning you right now, pike love hair jigs. So if you're on a lake with a lot of pike, make sure you're using like a 12-pound fluorocarbon leader or something that's going to be a little more abrasion resistant. Otherwise, you're going to lose a lot of these baits. But you see, what I love about the moontail in particular is that same profile jig that you see on the Moon Eye, the VMC Moon Eye, and it's that aspirin head jig. See how it's narrow like that? It's not round. That's going to fall really nice in the water column, okay? It's going to have that really nice rise fall that walleyes love. You see how that paddle tail is more narrow, okay? More narrow profile, all right? See that? Now, like a lot of your Kiteks and things that are more like bass profiles, like for smallmouth where you're swimming those things, they're wider. They don't work as effective for walleyes as these slender profile plastics do like this, because I can pitch and rip this bait. This fall rate is going to be a lot better, and it looks a lot better in the water column than some of those other brands. And so keep that in mind when you're purchasing plastics for walleyes, is kind of that streamlined minnow look. Okay, locations. I am an absolute map geek. Like, I love maps, okay? Even prior to mapping on electronics, I would geek out over paper maps. Like, you could put a paper map out there and I would look at spots and break down spots anytime I can. I still do the same thing. Like, I am very keyed in on maps. Like, I'm always looking at little nuances on the map, especially as it pertains to me catching fish in a spot. Let's say I pull up to a spot. It's a flat spot with some chunk rock or something. I want to know why they're feeding in that area. And I also want to know, there's a bunch of fish here. Are there other spots that look like that? I went out to Sakakawea a few years ago, and I love Sakakawea. If you've never been out there, it's a great fishery. It's incredible. It's in North Dakota. Sakakawea is basically just a huge river channel, right? But it has lots of shoreline structure, miles and miles and miles of shoreline structure. Well, when I got out there, I wasn't sure like where I would be fishing on Sakakawea. So Robbie was with me, and we drove these shorelines. What did we put on? About 37 miles one way looking at structure, okay? Because I wasn't sure where the walleyes were. I mean, we scanned and scanned and scanned, and we weren't finding fish. As soon as we found a flat, any sort of flat, like it would be a flat sticking out from the shoreline, it could be back in a, excuse me, it could be back in a channel. Anywhere where there's a flat spot, there was walleyes. And so, boom, me being a map nerd, I just like, okay, that's a flat. Where other flats are on this lake? As soon as I started doing that, every spot we hit was loaded with fish, because the walleyes were coming up on those flats to feed on the smelt, okay? And so the bigger walleyes were up really shallow on the flat. Anytime you had chunk rock on the flat, you tended to get smallmouth. Anywhere it was just flat, you know, where there was access to deep water, that's where the walleyes were, kind of on the edges. He was actually catching walleyes with chatterbaits. I mean, there were so many walleyes up on these flats that we just went from spot to spot, so it became much easier. But breaking down maps like that, it's just what I do. I pay attention to the map a lot. So if I'm catching fish on a spot, I almost always hit an icon there, and I take a second to look at my map to see, okay, are these fish relating to the edge? Are they up on top? How are they relating to the structure, okay? Because there's other spots in this system that look just like this, okay? So same thing on your very small stocked lake. Let's say all the walleyes relating to the weed line. Well, there's things within that weed line, and the reason they're relating to it, because it might be cabbage. It could be, you know, I've seen them relate to the inside edge of the weed line and not the outside edge. Could be, you know, the wind blowing in there. Is there any other wind blown cabbage areas that I can target? And so locations matter to me deeply. Like I mean, I can remember locations where I wailed on fish years ago based on that icon that I put there, because I remember that exact scenario and why those fish were there and why I found other spots because I broke down that map. You know, I love big water fishing. I tend to fish big water for walleyes more than anything. I love the challenge of big water, but also big water means you're going to catch big fish. There's just that big fish potential. Look at Green Bay. I mean, what a beautiful fishery. You look at Lake of the Woods, you look at Mille Lacs, you look at Leech Lake, you look at Sakakawea, you look at Devil's Lake. They're all big bodies of water, but they can be intimidating, right? You look at a big body of water like that, man, where do we start? You know, it's got a whole lake out here. And so I usually will break down maps even before I go down to those locations and just kind of see. Also, you can get some great intel from bait shops, from the marine owners, like, hey, where have they been catching them? Well, usually the information you get is about a week behind, but that information might be useful for you to find other spots. Like I always give the example, you know, you go out to a spot and all the boats are lined up right here, right? Okay. But there might be smaller points that boats aren't on that are equally as productive that don't have the boats on them. So like choosing those locations are important, but spending time with your electronics looking for fish first before you start to fish. And what's cool about forward-facing sonar, you drop that down on a pole, now I can scan all this, right? I can just scan all this without even blinking an eye. I drive at 4 miles an hour on a pole, and I just look for fish before I even decide to fish. And so then, of course, it becomes, okay, what's my best approach here? These fish are loaded up on a point. Are they scattered down the break where I need to troll bottom bouncers and spinners? Are they loaded up in one spot where I can throw a jigging wrap or a bobber on them? So just, you know, what paints the best picture? And then also, if you're not comfortable with electronics, there's a million guides out there that are really good with it. So you can hire a guide in your local area, or you know, someone that's really going to help you get dialed in with those electronics. And half a day with them is worth its weight in gold. But finding that right person, and there's plenty of them out there that, like myself, that are really versed in electronics, that if you go out with me for one day, you'll learn more than you would learn on 1,000 YouTube videos that you watch, okay? So I just put a few lakes up here. You know, some of these can be, I call this lack of structure, can be just as intimidating as structure, right? Big basin situations or big flats where there's really nothing for a long ways, like picking out these little spots within the structure that are going to be productive. And I'll just point out a few as I see them that maybe don't stand out in your mind. But a couple of them, like where contours are really tight and then they flattened out, those are always good areas for fish. Obviously rock humps, but a lot of times people focus in on the rock humps, but this is Leech Lake, and I was just talking about rusty crayfish. You got a ton of crayfish in that lake, so sometimes they'll end up on these sand flats, especially when they're molting. So you'll have rock all in certain areas, but then you'll have a big sand flat, and the fish are loaded on those sand flats because they're eating rusties. It's easier for them to eat them there than it is in the rocks. And so, you know, those are something to look at. Another thing is trolling. You know, I've been talking pitching, but trolling crankbaits over big areas until at least you catch fish. If you don't have forward-facing sonar, you're just going to put more fish in the boat. You know, you can cover water quickly. So if you don't have any forward-facing sonar, if you don't have the greatest electronics, trolling is still, you know, one of the most effective ways to cover water, especially like on big flats like this. You know, trolling these edges of these flats, pulling a number 7 shad wrap, and you're still gonna put them in the boat. Here's another one on Winnie. This is just the northwest corner. It's pretty nondescript. There are a few humps in there. Also, I think people tend to think walleyes go deep as soon as the water gets warm or it's gotten a lot clearer with zebra mussels, that they just go to deep water. It's not the case. They're up there all year long. And so lakes like Winnie and Leech, you know, don't be afraid if the wind's been blowing in there for 2 days to get up into that 2-3 feet of water, even though the surface temps are 75 degrees. They'll be up there. Actually, where's Dan Johnson? I was in Iowa 15 years ago for this writers convention, and Dan was out there. It was the first time I ever met Dan. And, Dan, if you know him from the factory, he's a great angler, loves bass fishing, really good, calculated person. I was down there to take writers out walleye fishing on this Iowa reservoir that I've never been at in my life. So, of course, I got on the water. I started checking deep points. I was throwing jigging wraps. I was catching everything but a walleye. So I bumped into Dan, and he's like, only time I catch walleyes in this lake is like when I see rocks and when I'm pitching rip and wraps, or it was lipless crankbaits in the rocks, and I catch these walleyes by accident. So then I was like, okay. So those two clues, I just started looking around on this reservoir for rock, and I was like, there is no rock out here, like zero. Like I've looked everywhere. Well, what he was referring to as rock is anywhere where there was erosion control. So under bridges, these big shorelines where they had put riprap. And I'm like, that's what must be. It's the only rock I see anywhere. So I drive up to this riprap. I took a rip and wrap, had just come out. I threw a rip and wrap up there, and first cast, I got a 24-inch walleye. It was 85 degrees surface temperature, and the walleyes were in this much water. If you got off the bank any further than 6 feet off the bank, you weren't catching fish. But Dan was right. Everything was up there. There was catfish, there was walleyes, there was bass, and I had a ball. And I looked like a hero in front of the writers because of Dan. And I would have never, even at that time in my life, I would have never looked in this much water for walleyes when the surface temperature was 85 degrees. But they do, wherever the food is. And the reason they were in those rocks is because of gizzard shad. The gizzard shad was getting blown up into those rocks, so those fish were just sitting there. I was catching catfish. I was catching bass. Everything was hitting those rip and wraps. And it was a ball. And so not overlooking some of these real shallow spots if the wind's been blowing in, these 4-foot spots if you're seeing fish. Here's another shot of Mille Lacs. Mille Lacs is one of those lakes that has a ton of structure, so it can be overwhelming because there's so much structure. But same thing, breaking down these nuances, these areas. I like to fish some of these areas that get overlooked. People load up on these points or on top. I tend to look at the more inside turns, the areas where the contours are tight, but they lay out. Even some of these areas off the tops where you might have a few boats that are working this, but they overlook these little rock tops, these smaller ones that maybe didn't stand out on the map to them. Now with forward-facing sonar, it's so nice though. You can just go scan those areas and you don't have to waste much time, looking. So I'm running out of time because Brosdahl ran long. I really appreciate you guys all coming out. Hopefully I can see you on the water someday. One thing that I say at every seminar, because I go into schools and talk about fishing to kids, and we do a lot of different kids events. We just need to get kids out fishing. There's a real epidemic of kids not fishing anymore, and a lot of it has to do with sports, and it's post-COVID. At COVID, we were all fishing, right? We took every kid fishing. Everybody is out there. Now it seems like we've fallen back into sports are busy, lives are busy, everybody's trying to make money, everything's super expensive. We just got to get kids out fishing on docks, whatever. Electronics, kids love. My kid, this is my son. He's a testament of he loves electronics. He loves being in the outdoors. I love everything about it. Me as a dad, seeing him go out with his friends fishing, I know that I've done the right thing in life, and that we can, pass on that tradition that we love of being sportsmen and anglers in the Midwest. And so we just got to get kids out fishing any way you can. So thank you so much for having me here at St. Croix Rods. This is awesome. I told my son that I'm bringing my Legend Tournament walleye rod back to its birthplace today. And I love it here. The people are great. And thanks for having me. Good luck fishing. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for coming.
Your fish Luxul?
Yeah.
We're going for 2 weeks now.
Okay.
Boats are with it. It's troll all day. I'm afraid it's going to be a little boring.
Yeah, if you pick up some of these like 3-inch Largo shads with the jig, you can catch a ton of fish up there. Throwing some jig wraps on the reefs rather than throwing crawlers around, it'd be way more fun. Yeah. Do you know where you're going out of?
East, yeah, Sulaka.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
It's from the old days, I guess, but every bait I got, I got night shiner.
Team Rhino's got, perch, that's my farm and number one color. By far. Works everywhere. Anything with the word Halloween, I call it pumpkin perch. Yeah, Halloween, the Halloween bucktail. And with orange.
What's the one in the second row, right that I can see from here?
Okay. It's a little bastard.
Oh, it is, okay, I just saw the face of it, and I couldn't tell quite
It's a
how.
little bastard.
Yeah.
A couple extra spots.
Musky,
You like to pick on that? Yeah. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, I've been doing that with the fat bastard. And I'm not quite sure it really matters, but then again, I can't get, the only way I can catch a fish on a fat bastard is a figure eight anyway.
Really?
Yeah. People fishing with me catch them all the time with my baits.
Yeah.
This one's seen quite a few, not crazy, but it's seen quite a few fish. And we got one on this week, mid cast. My guys from he always pulling. She lives on Lake Chicago. I was told him, catch way out, get that rod tip down, so he gets down. Bang! It's this, he's down there, he's going like this. I got it down. I'm like, okay, Merrick, that's a little bit, it worked. Okay. In the literal sense, so there's a little excessive. Keep the rod down. Work, we got our net, so. Good question. Yeah, I don't know the guys. Yeah. There he is. Here you go. Here comes Christian. Oh, there you go. Get up to Brody. All right. Steve's here to get started. Surely not. There you go. All right. You guys got it. Well, I guess we got this one. All right. Rock held down. Okay. Go ahead. Sure.
All right, everybody. This is a suggestion we had last year by people that attended the seminars at Customer Appreciation, and that was to have a Musky panel of people that you could bounce questions off of, kind of in an informal format. Typically, we ended our seminars with a large group that did a really long presentation. I figured it was the time, or it was the year to do it this time. So we got a group of Musky experts, and I will say experts, from various areas of the Musky community. Okay, to kick this off, I'm going to have everybody introduce themselves, starting with Kevin over there.
My name is Kevin Wegner. I'm from Madison, Wisconsin. I've been chasing these critters for about 56 years, and I was 5 years old. And saw my first one caught on a church retreat. My pastor caught one. My folks were counselors, and I've been bit by the bug ever since. And I was building rods out of inshore rods, because we didn't have those 8.6s like you guys all have. The great opportunity. You went in that back room, all those great St. Croix rods. We didn't have those back then. And I fished all over Canada, United States, all over the place chasing these critters. And I'm as obsessed today as I ever been.
Now, Kevin, you fish out of a toughie, okay?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also musky fish out of something that's a little bit different.
Yeah.
Why don't you talk about the thing that's a little tippy?
Yeah, I fish out of a canoe a lot. I like to go to some really areas that you guys don't all go to. And I fish a lot of the rivers in Wisconsin. I fish some pretty remote areas in Canada that you can't get to unless you put that thing on your shoulders and walk a couple miles and then put it in the pond and start fishing. It makes figure eighting a little different. It makes netting a fish a little bit different. It makes handling a fish dramatically different, and it makes photographing those fish almost impossible. But man, is it a freaking blast! So, and I qualify on that kind of that crazy end of the scale. So I don't always have the prettiest boat, but man, mine's beat up. So
Steve,
Yeah, I'm Steve Harding. I've been involved with musky fishing for I don't know, long time. I've been involved with St. Croix rods since 1988. My original order with St. Croix was for 4 6-foot musky rods, and I remember the first 7-footer that I got as a prototype, and I remember thinking, wow, I love this rod. It casts farther and more fun to fight a fish with, but will it sell? You know, now we're all 8.5, 9, 9.5s. Anyways, it's amazing how the sports come. I worked for Musky Hunter, managing editor for 27.5 years, guiding in Vilas, Oneida counties now, and yeah, somebody had to do it, so it might as well be me.
Steve, if somebody wants to follow you on social media after this event, I know you have a tremendous commitment to the education of the musky angler. What's the best way for somebody to follow you?
You can find everything at stevehiding.com, or you can follow me on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. I've got videos there, so you got it.
Andy.
One thing I'll mention is Steve is also a member of the Freshwater Fishing Hall of Fame, which he's a pretty low-key guy and doesn't have an ego, so he wouldn't mention that, so I figured I would. So I'm Andy Hendrickson. I've been guiding full-time now for 12 years. I'm on a Rhinelander, guide Oneida in Vilas County, a lot of the Eagle River area, Phelps, Rhinelander, 3 Lakes, and surrounding areas. I always dreamt about the muskies, for 40-plus years, fishing them and someday being a fishing guide. And that came true. I did a lot of vacationing up this way, Hayward, Phillips, Rhinelander areas as a kid, and just kind of dreamed about the muskies. And I remember my first 50-inch fish was up on the Winnipeg River, and I was about 13. I was using an 808 Zebco with 20-pound monofilament line on it, and it was a nightmare. And I reeled this thing right up to the boat, and one splash, and she was off. And still kind of heartbroken by that. It was on a red and white Swim Whiz bait, and I had to, once we came back stateside, I had to stop in at the muskie shop and go buy another one right at that point. But
Andy, you're involved with a foundation. Tell the folks what foundation you're involved with.
so I'm involved with the Wounded Warriors in Action Foundation, and if there's some rods for sale out there, they're on sale 50% off, $100 at the show here. Also, Take a Vet Fishing, which Steve has been involved with both of these organizations as well. So Wounded Warriors in Action Foundation takes out Purple Heart recipients on hunting and fishing events, world-class hunting and fishing events. And I've been on a couple events myself with the foundation, just awesome events. And the event that Steve and I are involved with, we do 2 days of full muskie fishing on the Eagle River chain of lakes in September. So that event will be coming up here shortly. Eagle River also does a Take a Vet fishing event first Saturday in October, I think it is, which is another great event. Veterans can sign up for it, and you go out fishing for whatever species you want to fish. But the rods, once the rods are sold out, St. Croix is going to donate $40,000 to both organizations, give them a check. So they didn't sell as well as we would like to, as much as we try to promote it, but sometimes that's just the way things go, and you just got to take the punches as they roll and go with it. But I know there's still a few out in the factory there if you guys get done and want to support St. Croix and some very good causes. And that's one thing I love about St. Croix too. So,
thanks, Andy.
Yep.
Brody.
Hey everyone, Brody Vance. I'm a fishing guide up in Vilas and Oneida County. Do a lot of fun fishing down in Green Bay, Sturgeon Bay, southern Wisconsin area. But I haven't been musky fishing long, but I got the bug the last couple of years, and it's all I want to fish for.
So Brody, how did you transition from a bass angler to a musky guy?
I don't know. I spent a lot of time just smallmouth fishing, Sturgeon Bay and up here for pretty most of my life. And I don't know. I got a lot of buddies that musky fish, so I jumped in a boat with them. And my first muskie, I couldn't get rid of the bug, and I've spent a lot of money these last couple of years. It's addicting. So yeah, a little bit. But yeah, it's a fun sport. It's a grind some days, but yeah.
Got it. Our first question. When musky fishing a new lake or a new body of water in the early summer, what are some of the things that you look for to locate fish? We'll start with Kevin on the end.
First I want to see what that lake is really like. So I'm a big auto chart guy. I'm going to look at paper maps, but I'm going to auto chart, and I'm going to look at all the spots we all read about all the time. I'm going to look at the islands. I'm going to look at the points. I'm going to try to find the weeds. I was actually talking, I think Steve, I think you and I talked about this last weekend, but when I'm on a new body of water, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go around a big island, because that big island is going to give me a lot of different structure. It's going to give me rocks. It's going to give me sticks. It's going to give me weeds, and it's going to help me break down where that musky follow is going to come from. And then I'm going to expand my pattern from there. And so I know the question was early summer, but for me, I don't care. I don't care if it's spring, summer, winter. Well, the only time is when, my lure's landing on ice that I'm not on the water. So it applies to summer though as well. So that's how I break it down.
Steve.
Well, that's a great question. I just did this last year, and my wife looked at me. She said, "How did that happen?" I said, "Dear," I said, "I've been telling you for so many years. I'm not making this up." We were going to wanted to fish a lake near Minocqua. I'd never been on before. Always heard good things about it. Put the boat in the water. Saw it was clear water. Okay, so now the weed depth or the weed edge is going to be much deeper than a dark water lake. Instead of being 4 to 6 feet, it's probably going to be in that lake about 12 feet. So I went and I found the weed edge, or where there weren't weeds. I stayed at about that 12-foot zone, and then I just went and mapped the whole lake. Just drove the whole lake with my boat, about 3 miles an hour. Looking at my side imaging, if I found cribs, I went over and marked those cribs. If I found weeds, I marked the weed line as I was doing that. And after about a half hour, this Connie looks at me. She says, "Can we just go fishing?" I said, and I pointed back. I said, "Well, there's a boat landing. We've only been doing this for a half hour. We've already mapped half the lake." I said, "Give me another half hour. I'll tell you exactly where we're going to start." And so we finished out mapping the lake, and there was a couple of, after I'd done the perimeter of it, there was an island. We went around the island, as like Kevin said, checked out the island, and then did a real quick crisscross pattern, just trying to find some, shallow humps in mid-lake. This lake also has, a couple buoys. Of course, that tells me that's a shallow rock spot, potential musky spot. I drove around the perimeter of that, but it took me an hour to map a 450 to 500 acre lake. And I told Connie, I said, "Okay, this is what we're going to do." I said, "This weedy bay here has weeds out to 12 feet, just like I figured. We're going to start on the outside weed edge, work our way in, and as far as we can until the weeds keep us from fishing any farther. Then we'll work our way back out, and we'll just kind of go from there." And we lined up on that outside weed edge, started working in. She made 3 casts with a bait that moves fairly fast, a swimming dog, and she caught a beautiful tiger muskie. How did we do that? That's what happened. Anybody can do that. You just have to take the time. Rather than fishing, when you first hit the lake, you'll know so much more if you just go map it. And any paper map or any map that's on your electronics is only so good. I know the spots that'll sink your boat, they're so shallow and so rocky that are not on those maps. So you start with a map or start with your GPS, but then you go drive it, figure it out, and then you can catch fish.
Annie.
Usually I try to text Steve and see if he knows anything about the lake first. But, I'll jump on the DNR's website. I'll go find a printout map on a page and just kind of look at some stuff, look at some spots that might be good, and I'll circle or highlight these spots. But like these guys said, my biggest thing is getting out of a body of water, and these lake maps are pretty accurate, but a lot of times they're not perfect. I'm an auto chart guy. As Kevin said down there, I'm a huge auto chart guy with my birds. I've got them running all the time, but if it's a lake I haven't been on, I'll go out there, and I'm excited to go out there and cast, but a lot of days I'll just sit out there and I'll just keep auto charting. Of course, my dad's over in the passenger chair snoring because he's like, "Okay, when are we going to start fishing?" And some days we don't hardly get a line in the water, but I'm looking for, complexity of spots, depending on what the lake structure is, if it's deep, shallow, if it's dark, clear, mid-stained. I'm looking for the more complex of a spot I can find. If it's got, weeds, rocks, adjacent to deeper water, maybe some humps, that type of thing, weed edges. I'm just looking for, different complexities of, depending on, what the lake has to offer. And I know the old adage back in the day was you
pick a map of Vilas County, close your eyes and stick your thing down. Okay, I know what this is, but something I'll do even before that is like in the wintertime, I'll go check some of these landings out to make sure they're decent. Because some people say, oh, it's a really good boat landing. Well, if they got a 12-foot canoe, you know, my 19-foot recon might not be able to get in there. But in the spring of the year, I'll do some of that and go check the landings out, see what stuff looks like to at least get my eyes on the lake. Because I've got this, you know, you get this dream in your head about what this lake looks like. It looks like something else that you fished before. And of course, it's nothing like that when you get on the water. But auto chart is a huge tool because like these guys said, you can train that motor up, you can run 3 miles an hour, and if it starts to get shallow, you can put that thing into neutral, shut it off if you need to, if there's something that comes up real quick. Just map it the best I can, and there's a lot of days that I don't even wet a line. Just putting around, running the boat, checking some stuff out. Waypoints are a big thing I like to run on my birds with side imaging. Fish cribs, weed edges, you know, Christmas trees that one of the homeowners dropped in the lake over the last 12 years, all kinds of different stuff that aren't on these maps. And I've got lakes that I've got hundreds of waypoints marked that aren't on any other map where there's brush or rocks, stumps, you know, something that's going to be stationary in these bodies of water. So, Brody.
Well, early in the season, I kind of start, like they said, driving around kind of outside spawning bays, looking for the weed lines, looking for humps outside the spawning bays. I will start looking open water this time of year. A lot of bug hatches going on, and a lot of the panfish and walleyes will go open water. The muskies are right behind them, eating all that bait out there. And then just kind of, I'll grind it out on the weed lines and right on the fine cribs. But yeah, kind of like what all they said.
So guys, we heard electronics mentioned over and over and over again here. The next question is, what do you utilize for locating structure for fish, and how are they useful? Brody.
I guess I'll start. I guess, yeah, I spent a lot of time using side image, kind of finding where the weed line is, where the cribs are, where all the rock is. And I don't really spend a lot of time using live scope or anything like that. I don't like staring at a screen. I like to visually see the fish. I'll spend a lot of time looking at my side and see if there's some late follows going on, but I really don't spend a lot of time using live scope at all.
I do have a 360, but I mainly use that for multi-species fishing. More so like for instance, I'll take I've got marks that cribs on, say the Eagle River chain on Catfish Lake. I know there's a crib, I got a waypoint mark, but it might not be exactly right. So I'll jog myself over with my Altera and I'll get right on top of that crib. People can fish multi-species there, but otherwise, yeah, I run my side imaging and see how far the weed edges are out, and I'll mark stuff. You know, as I go along, it could be, like I said, cribs, rocks, weed edges, weed spots. It's just remembering on what these 5,000 waypoints mean when you mark it down as a weed bed. You might not remember exactly why you marked that weed bed in the spot you did. But another thing is checking these spots out that maybe other people wouldn't know are there. Like, you know, you go up to Lake Vermilion in Minnesota, and all the people up there get their maps marked by the lodge owner. I'm looking for those spots that they don't mark that are maybe not on the map. And the thing is, you know, big expansive weed beds are a lot easier to find. It's these little weed pockets that are maybe the size of this table that are easier to catch muskies in, because you can dissect and cast that spot exactly the way you want to. And if that fish is in that weed bed, you've got a lot better chance of getting that fish to eat. Make one cast, maybe a couple over top, one on this side, turn the boat a little bit, give them a different angle. But in some ways, I like those smaller spots that maybe a lot of people don't know are even there.
Okay, well, I use electronics probably more so than a lot of people. Not sniping with live scope. I do have a live scope unit. What I've learned from that is it just gives you a phenomenal idea of how the spot is laid out. And the best way to describe it, if you've never seen it, is if you've ever looked at, say, a diagram in, say, In Fisherman magazine or Musky Hunter magazine of a weed edge, and you got the thick weeds coming out, and you got the fringe weeds, and then you might have some hard bottom and then soft bottom and the break line. Well, that's all right there on the graph. It's actually like looking at a diagram of the spot. So it's been very helpful for that. It's given me a huge understanding of what Cisco's do over open water. I'm watching Cisco's dimpling on the surface, they're feeding, and then you can watch them just dive right down 20 to 25 feet to join the main school, and they do it like that. It's incredible. You can watch the actual individual Cisco's diving from here to there. Like, I had no idea. I fished open water for 25 years. I've never understood that. I never knew that was going on. It also is giving me an idea of, okay, are the muskies active out here in open water? Well, if the Cisco's are swimming, I can count the individual Cisco's as the school goes swimming by. No, the muskies aren't active, because if they were, the Cisco's would be going by safety through numbers. They'd be all packed up, and the bait fish balls would be really tight. And you see the same thing on 2D sonar. You see the same thing with side imaging. But the live scope's just kind of given me a whole new perspective for that. I also, the last 3 years now, I've been running, I've used side imaging since it came out 22 years ago, whatever. And I always had it on a unit on the console, but the last 3 years now, I've had a unit on the console dedicated to it specifically. I've got a 2D sonar, a GPS map, and then on this other unit, I've got side imaging. And it's incredible what I didn't know about the lakes I've fished all my life. That's why it's a good spot. There's a crib there. I didn't know about that crib. Well, side imaging is going to show it. Side imaging and 2D aren't the best for bait fish. That's what the live scope's doing for me right now. But so far as a stationary object, like Andy said, a Christmas tree or a crib, if you ever see something that's square out in the lake, it's probably either a crib or the remains of a crib, because there's nothing square in nature. Last year I found a sunken bass boat. What it was doing down there, and then whoever did it, I'm sure did it intentionally, because the outboard wasn't on the back. So rather than, I could see that on the side imaging, and it was amazing. And so, somebody didn't want to pay the $80 or whatever to landfill the thing. They took it out to the lake and sunk the darn thing. People do that, unfortunately. But I also learned, I could catch crappies off that too. And so I use side imaging all the time. It can be very beneficial. Electronics can really help. Like Andy said, you don't want to be staring at things all the time either. Or was it Brody? I'm sorry. So I'm doing a glance back on my cast or my clients, because I'm not going to be staring at it. I'm working for Musky Hunter magazine. I stared at a computer screen for 27 years. I don't need to do it anymore.
I'm going to take a little bit of a different angle because I'm old. So I've got a couple pieces of electronics. I don't have a scope yet, and someday I will maybe. But I'm going to talk about when I fish from a canoe where I don't have electronics. Use a baby depth rater or use a Curtis Creature. And for those of you guys, again, Curtis Creature is a jig with a piece of plastic on the back. And when I'm fishing shield lakes, when I'm out of my canoe or a piece of water that I can't get to with a boat, I'm using those tools. We forgot how to use those tools. That's how we used to find weeds. It's how we used to find breaks. We cast out that depth rater or whatever brand. I'm not being brand specific, but feel your way down. Take that creature or that jig with that plastic, cast it out, and count it down, and then feel it. See, watch your line when it pops. You're gonna see if you're off a deep break. You're gonna feel it go over rocks. You're gonna feel it if there's weeds. You're gonna tangle up. And electronics are amazing. My lifetime, what we've seen in electronics, but we forget what we did before we had electronics, and there's still great tools that you can use. And so these guys all answered all the electronics tools, and they nailed it. There's nothing I can add there, but that's what another aspect to use is the tools before electronics.
Yeah. All right, we're going to go 3 questions off the prepared ones or the ones that have been submitted. We're going to ask you guys if you have any questions. Any other questions from the audience yet? All right, there you go. Perfect.
Fishing recently, a muskie followed up a northern pike, and a little short while after that, he followed up a walleye. And then another part of that lake, he grabbed onto a pumpkin seed, and he fought him back and forth for a while. What type of follow-up can you use to get that muskie to hit rather than, the other type of fish. What type of rod or what type of lure should I be casting back to him to get him excited to hit it?
Got it. So what we're going to talk about for folks at home that maybe didn't hear that is we're going to talk about the follow-up lure. When you see a fish,
right,
to try to get that fish to commit. Let's start with the left side. We'll go Kevin.
I'm going to throw a swimming bait, some type of swimming bait. In that instance, I've got too many baits in the boat, but that's where I'm going to throw something like a Poseidon or a swimming dog or something like that. That is going to, as best as I can articulate, is going to emulate that fish that's out there.
Okay.
I'm not sure I'm right, but that's what I do.
Plastic?
They're paddle tail style of
I'm
plastic.
not much of a musky fish.
So think of a paddle tail, those 4-inch paddle tails, the middle style. This is a musky size one. So one brand is a swimming dog, one brand is a Poseidon, but they're a minnow shape with a paddle tail that really emulates as much of a swimming fish as you can get.
Brody came prepared.
Yeah. Thank you, Brody.
There you go. Steve, the reason why that muskie is showing attention to the fish that you're bringing in is because it's struggling. You know, all the studies that have been done on what muskies actually eat, you know, walleyes are like 1% of what they actually eat. They predominantly eat suckers and perch, and if the lake's got ciscos, they're going to eat ciscos. Walleyes, again, 1%, bass, 1%, pumpkin seeds, I don't know. But the reason why they're interested is that fish is struggling. You're fighting that fish is struggling against you. Why do fish struggle? Muskie looks at it, it's on its side, and that walleye is swimming like this against you, and it's on its side. It looks like it could be an easy meal. That's why the muskie's going to go after it, because they're opportunistic. My best, guess in that, and again, you're trying to guess what a muskie thinks. Good luck with that. Is if you're fishing with walleyes and you want to, you have a muskie come up, you want to catch it, put on a swim dog, or not a swim, I'm sorry, a bulldog or a Medusa. That's a color like that walleye. Walleye's a good color. Suckers look like walleyes too, fairly similar. Muskie doesn't really care, but something that's kind of goldish with a white belly, and flip it out there and just kind of make it hop back like it's wounded. And if that muskie comes up and grabs it, then I was right with my answer. It's a guess. It's a guess, but it's good to have a rod pre-rigged set up with a rod for what you're fishing for. And if you're fishing for walleyes or bass, the coloration isn't much different. So, walleye colored bulldog or Medusa would be a great choice.
Thank you. Andy.
It really depends on, I guess, in my opinion, the type of water you're on. But if I'm fishing a muskie tournament or I'm up on Lake of the Woods, I'm going to have a chunk of rubber set up just for a toss back bait. Whether it's a tube or if, it's a bulldog or something similar. A tube looks just like it sounds. It's a tube. It's hollow. It's got, some weight in there. A Red October tube makes a really good tube. They make 8.5 and 10-inch or 7-inch and 10-inch or whatever size here. I'll throw something like that back there. Something else I've learned over the years, depending on how aggressive that fish was on that bait, I might throw a hard, minnow bait at it and just take and twitch it and stop it and let that thing rise up, twitch it real quick to try to get a reaction strike. But I would say my two best answers for that are taking a topwater bait and, running at a normal speed, maybe varying that cadence a little bit. Take it and cast it like this. All of a sudden you do a quick rip down like there's a duck scooting across the surface going real fast to try to get a reaction strike out of that. So varying the cadence up. But I would say my best thought with that was burning a bucktail underneath the surface. Trying to get a reaction strike out of that fish. Taking, whether it's a single 7, double 8, something like that. Taking it and burning that and, going with a similar color of the fish it was chasing. Burn that bucktail, try to get a reaction strike out of that fish. And that's really kind of the thing you're looking for, is to get that fish is interested, but is it going to eat? You need to run something a little bit faster most of the time to where the fish says, I better eat this or I'm going to not get a meal. But sometimes going slower is the option, but it depends on the weather, the barometer, just, muskies' brains are so small compared to ours, but they are so complex. And that's why nobody's figured out the 100% key to muskie fishing is what are they thinking at the time that they're doing this. There could be a storm front coming in the meteorologists don't know about, the muskies are going to know. So there's, like these guys said, there's a lot of different answers to that, but that would be my take on things.
Right.
I guess a lot of times when I follow up on a fish, I kind of like to use my most confident bait that I like to throw and spend a lot of time throwing rubber. And in your situation with it chasing your pike and your walleyes, I would start with a rubber. To really change up different rips. I mean, side rip, up rip, give them some pauses, kind of try to get a reaction bite. But one of my biggest confidences, like bulldogs, is the Meg Bulldog. Got a lot of fish on them over the years. But, yeah.
Thank you. So that's a good transition to the next question. Top 5 early summer musky lures, Brody.
He's got him in his box. I really like a swimming dog's a really good bait to start out with. Like this is a small swimming dog, the shallow one. I like the early in the year, fish it over top of over the weeds. So you could really slow this down and crawl it over the weeds. I like Suics early in the year. This SRJ this year has been really good for me this year. It's a really hard bait to get, but it's just a short twitch bait. You could fish it right over the weeds. I've got a lot of fish on it early in the year this year, but I did do really good on rubber early this year. The water temps were warmer than usual. A lot of fish were out a little deeper, but that's pretty what's been working for me so far this year.
Eddie.
All right, let me dig through my stuff here. I'm gonna try to hook myself. So, like I said, Suic's been around since 1939. They've been around 85 years, and who knew the hunk of wood would catch fish? Here I'm bleeding, but who knew a hunk of wood would catch fish? But they're still in business. This is a 9-inch. They make a smaller one that's a 7-inch. It's a very, very good spring bait. Brody just mentioned the SRJ. I've got one here, walleye 2.0 or whatever you want to call it. And this yellow tail means that something else bled onto it. I didn't paint that color, but it sounded pretty smart though. Bucktails, smaller bucktails. This is a pandemonium bucktail. Cool thing about these, they got that flexible wire. So if the fish gets into the net and thrashes around, your bucktail goes straight back to that. Also got a Booker 700 here. If I can find the hook, that's a good color. And I know Joe just had a video on Facebook about this, throwing something bright like this in the spring to get the fish's attention. Top water is something I'll throw. Usually the Lake X little bastards are really good size to throw at this time of year, something a little bit smaller. The size above that is a Dr. Evil. We just got a couple fish on this last week. Other than that, I'm throwing little 6-inch twitch baits. I got a baby shallow raider, 6-inch here. Got a 6-inch man's bait in the other hand. 6-inch Jake and a 6-inch grandma's. So little baits like this, a little bit different varying action with the buoyancy and the lip. What's the word I'm looking for? The lip. What the lip looks like. So that's about it.
Steve.
Okay. Well, I'll give you the top 5 baits this year so far has been smallish bucktails, and I say smallish as in not small. It's been the double blade musky flashing boot from Reps has been really good for me right from the get-go from opening day. And we had a lot of strikes and missed them though, regardless of the bucktail earlier. We finally got them starting to hit that. Also, the single blade marabou has been really good this year. Last year, it was either the Mag Musky Killer with that big blade or the 700 Booker tail. And they didn't want the double blades or whatever. So you kind of got to experiment until you find out what they're going to bite. Minnow baits, I've caught hundreds of fish on those grandma baits. But the last few years, the best one for me has been the 5 3/4 baby shallow raider. If you can get the color Halloween perch, it's Team Rhino Outdoors has got that as a custom color. It's kind of like an orangish perch, and it works for me regardless of the watercolor. And then the swimming dog, that 8-inch model, either white or perch, typically perch early in the season. And then the Suic, you can't go wrong with a Suic. 7-inch earlier in the season, 9-inch later. That's 5 baits. If you like topwaters, you can start throwing topwaters right away when the season opens up. You don't have to wait for ducklings to show up on the surface. They don't know the rules. The muskies don't know that. But it's smart to start small. The little bastard there is a great choice. If you don't like the name, that's Lake X Lures, you can complain to them.
He lives on the other side of town. so-
Yeah, you yell at him. Also, another one, they've got Dr. Evil, and the Dr. Evil is a real sweet little bait. And it's just a little different. Everybody knows what a top raider is, and the top raider is still a great bait. The Dr. Evil's got a slightly different sound, and when there's a lot of fishing pressure, and I really saw this during COVID, when everybody and their brother was out fishing muskies in the lake, coming with something that sounded a little bit different still mattered. That mattered. So there's 6 baits, but the last 2 years, that's been the top ones.
Everybody knows me, knows that my first bait through is going to be a spinner bait, but it's going to be usually a bass style spinner bait with a Macombo tail on the back. A single hook, because again, I can get it through weeds, but also if I'm fishing from the canoe, I can handle that fish without having a treble hook back there. But that's my one fishing partner. We call it the meat getter. It's just, if you took every one of my lures away, that would be the lure that I'd have, and especially in the spring. My next one's always my suet, and whether it's a 7-inch or a 9-inch, I like the HIs. If I fish with a 7-inch, again, if I'm out of the canoe, it's only got one treble hook on it. It's in the middle. I love the Meps Mag, the numbers. That's a number 7 blade, or their double 7 Colorados. That's again, Steve mentioned that one. After that, it's a 6-inch grandma, and that's pretty much where I'm going to be. Those baits are going to be with me. Those are my spring baits, and quite frankly, they're my cold front baits. My come to hell in a handbasket baits. Those are going to be with me. Those are the ones I run.
We heard the brand name Suick mentioned multiple times up here. Everybody in the audience know what a Suick is, had a chance to fish a Suick. Is there anybody in here that has not fished a Suick? Okay.
You should.
Better start.
Might be hunt one of these guys down. It's just amazing at how that bait stands the test of time. And as you go to seminars and presentations like this, the chewed up wood that you see people hold up that's still doing it time and time again. It's fantastic. I mean, it's a shining light of the musky.
Yeah, if anybody wants to see some chewed up wood, I can open up my locked up boxes, or they're locked up on my boat right now, but I'll be glad to show them off later. I got a couple of dandies that are.
Yeah, it's amazing because it's local.
Yeah.
It sure is. Yeah. The comment, anybody that couldn't hear it online, but it is a local company. Yeah, there's a lot of talented lure crafters not that far from Park Falls. When you think about Lake X with John, and then Suick not that far down the road. You're not that far from Meps. Exactly. All right, last question before we go back to you guys. So please prepare one for the panel. Let's talk about color again. Does color make a difference on sunny days versus overcast days? Kevin?
I'm going to be a contrarian here because I match my lures to my rod. I own 1 million lures, but I only bring about, in the boat with me on a day, I'll only bring about 6 to 9 lures per rod. They're tools. I used to be big on the color. I remember when I grew up, everything was, you had natural lures in clear water, and you had stained water, you had bright lures. And then there was a guy who had a TV show who used nothing but bright colored lures in Canadian clear waters. And, my first book that I read on that was Joe Booker's book on the colors. But then there was this other guy that had all these bright colors in these clear waters, and he was catching fish. And I like to have baits that I can see. I like, if I've got a bucktail, I'm going to have a bright blade on it. Even if I got black. Now, I just got done saying that, and my double 10 smoke bucktail is still my best one. But I like to see the blade. I like to see lure. To me, it's about confidence. So color is not, I'm not a color guy anymore. I used to be. And I've sold baits for a living for 30 years. And I'm going to tell you every day that dealer, he'd better have 100 different colors on there, because I'm going to make more money. But when it comes to me, I've got my one Suick. I probably got 30 of them. But that raging perch, that's HI, I've got 50 some odd muskies on that one. I've got certain bucktails I've got a ton on, and I got a 6-inch black grandma with silver prism, and I've got a depth raider. That's a night shiner. Those are the baits I'm going to throw, and I don't care what color the water is. It's just confidence.
Steve?
Well, if somebody's a beginner getting into musky fishing, I always recommend that they start with a natural colored bait, something that looks like a perch or a shiner, a Cisco, walleye, whatever like that, because a perch or a shiner looks the same in dark water or clear water. So you're going to have a bait that's going to be money regardless of the water color. And then you can always add the brighter stuff or the the white stuff, for the clear water that doesn't have a rattle. You can always add that later, but you can start, just keep it simple, make your lures look like the baits that the fish are going to eat. That said, there are certain colors that you just absolutely have to use. Okay, he mentioned the smoke double blade cowgirl. We were calling that Ghost a year before Herbie even knew that color existed. And what it is double black blades with a black tail. I have seen it matter where you had to have and this is not black painted blades, but black plated or nickel black, whatever you want to call it. I've seen it matter where you had to have a nickel blade and a nickel black blade and black hollow form tail working. Whereas if you had the nickel blade, black blade, and a flat black tail wouldn't work. I've seen that. That shouldn't matter, yet it did. It mattered for that entire week. If you go to Canada, if you ever get a chance to do that, by all means do it. I mean, you owe that to yourself. You'll come back a better fisherman because you have more opportunity. You'll learn more. You'll devour a lake like that. You learn to fish a lake like that. You come back to a 300-acre or 500-acre lake, and you're just going to devour it. You'll know exactly where to fish. It's amazing how quickly you can learn up there. But if you go there and you're going to throw one of those Suics, make sure it's got an orange belly. And I'm not saying you can't catch one with a white belly up there, but do yourself a favor and throw the orange belly. Kevin mentioned Night Shiner on the Depth Raider. Again, that's black. Black works everywhere. And then another color, with a bucktail, silver black works everywhere. It's just, you got a flash, you got silhouette. I always got a kick out of this. I've taught fishing schools in Canada for many, many years, and one of the first places we did it was Monument Bay Lodge. It's a historic lodge. It's no longer open. It's privately held now. On Lake of the Woods, and here's this giant muskie on the wall, a skin mount, because that's what they did back then. And it's just huge, huge fish. The mount's obviously seen better days. It's been chewed on by mice in the winter and stuff like that. And hanging in its mouth is a silver black bucktail. Well, presumably, nobody knows the origin of that fish anymore. Nobody's alive to know that. But presumably that fish came on that silver black bucktail. And a silver black bucktail up on Lake of the Woods is still money. So some colors are just good. Andy?
I'm going to give the lawyer answer to this. Sometimes it matters, sometimes it doesn't. My big thing is a contrasting color, and I don't really have anything good in my box, but something with a contrast to it that's going to get this fish's attention. Even one of these that got, you got your black and you've got your orange and you've got your chartreuse and a little bit of green in there, white belly on it. Anything with a contrast, whether it's bright to dark or not, but I'm a big proponent on confidence baits too. My confidence bait might be Brody's trash bait, but I believe confidence lures are super important. I've had baits at times that I didn't like, that I've brought clients in the boat, and I'm like, that color's not going to work, thinking under my breath, and then they catch a fish on it. I believe that a confidence bait's going to go right out of their hand, right through, through their mind, right through their body, and right out the tip of that rod. But there's times when I'll throw black on dark water, or black on clear water. It's, black is something that I feel that, if you can't see that bait as well, that fish can't see it as well either. So they're not sure what it is. And the black gives off the biggest profile, especially if it's a top water bait. So that the fish might not be able to tell exactly what it is. And what kind of fish do we have around here that looks like this? Muskies are pretty simple. If you get a bait like this, and we're not in the Caribbean, we don't have fish that have these bright colors on them. The muskies don't care. They're the top predator. The only thing they're going to be afraid of is a muskie that's bigger. So sometimes color does matter, but I think if that fish wants to eat, it's going to eat. And I've had clients that are like, well, I put my rod tip in the water in a figure eight. Isn't the fish going to be scared of that? I'm like, you're in this 20-foot boat, and they're going in the figure eight. They're not going to care, that your rod tip's in the water. But so I guess sometimes color does matter, sometimes it doesn't, but my biggest thing is throwing a confidence lure.
Right. I guess on sunny days, I like to use a nickel blade. really flash really good in the sun. And then on cloudy days, I'll mix in with like a chartreuse blade. And I spent a lot of time in Green Bay, and on the bright, high, sunny days, that nickel really adds a lot of flash, even when there's giant waves out there. But up here, there's a lot of tannic water, and I spend a lot of time just using dark baits. Really shows up well in that dirty water. But I like to match a hatch, whatever the bait is in the lake. There's a lot of perch in these lakes up here. You can never go wrong with a perch colored bait. So.
All right, there we go.
I just wanted to ask, so where would a musky fisherman like start fishing on a pressure body of water? You know, like as far as like what things to look out for, and then also what lure choice should they try to go with or start out with, I should say.
Got it. Let's go with Brody and go back question.
Well, I guess I spent a lot of time in Green Bay, and some days you're drifting by 20, 30 boats a day. And it could happen any second. When a window opens up, every single one of those boats' nets is dropping in the water. So I just set up my drift downwind out there, and I drift right behind them. Even, I don't know, the guy in front of you might be throwing, say, a bulldog, and your bucktail could fire that fish up. So I would just start out your most confident bait, find some good weeds where the bait is in the lake, and start from there.
Andy?
Yeah, I fished a lot of tournaments and that, and the tournaments are a little, there's a lot of luck involved. You got to be in the right spot at the right time. But something that I do that might not make a lot of difference, but it probably makes a little bit of difference, is a lot of people will fish off the port side of their boat, which is the left side. I run off the driver's side. I run off a starboard, and that's because I can control my trolling motor with my electronics, and they're right there on that side. So just giving them that different 30 to 45 degree angle versus a boat going the opposite direction, like I said, it might not make a lot of difference, but at least it sounds good, in the seminar here. But, if people are pressuring the weeds in a tournament, push off the edge, throw a depth radar on, work off that weed edge. It doesn't really matter what time of year it is. As long as there's fish relating to weeds, those muskies could have their nose right on that weed edge where everybody else is casting over top of it, and they're tight on that weed edge where you hit that weed edge with the depth radar and get that bait off of there. That muskie's right at that weed edge waiting on a meal to come by. Bang, you've got it. Another thing that's been preached about over the years is, fish in tight and cast out. That's a good thing. If you're able to do it on, some bodies of water, raise your motors up, raise your trolling motor up, and cast out from the inside edge on a high pressure body of water. And like we talked about with, learning these new lakes and electronics, is look for these spots that might be secondary or thirdary spots. I'll make up some words as I'm talking here. Fish some of those secondary, thirdary spots, because, if these lakes are pressured and these fish are seeing bait after bait after bait after bait, they're just going to push down on the bottom, and they're going to zip their mouth shut and not eat until things calm down a little bit. It's just like whitetails up in northern Wisconsin on the opening day of deer season. They hear a few shots, are like, all right, I know, I've been through this crap before. But work some different spots, or like Steve has said, run some open water. Run some open water fish. If there's not Cisco's in a lake, there's going to be perch or something that's relating to this deeper water. Try some different spots, or working those popular spots a little bit different.
Yeah, Bill, and what Andy said, every lake I've ever fished has some kind of an open water bite. Now, the ones with Cisco's / Tullabees, if you're in Minnesota, that's what you call them there. Whitefish, they're more consistent. But the lakes that have got a perch base, will have an open water bite. All you need is the bait fish out over open water, and always be on the lookout for that. There's some lakes that, Big Arborvitae, for example, I fish it a lot. I typically spend a lot of time in the weeds there because there's not much of an open water bite, but there is an open water bite at times. And every time I go out there, I'll take a cruise through where I've caught muskies previously through open water, and just kind of take a look at my electronics, see what's there. Is there bait fish? Okay, are the bait fish balled up? If they're balled up, guess what? I'm setting up upwind and drifting through, or if there's no wind, I'm just going to go through the trolling motor. We'll be casting off opposite sides of the boat to cover as much of a wide of spot as possible. If the fish are tight to structure or weeds, I'm going to fit. I spend a lot of time watching other anglers and, you know, Wisconsin, I don't use binoculars to do that. You know, Wisconsin fishermen refer to that as Minnesota fish finders. Sorry, people in Minnesota. But I didn't make up the term, so somebody else did. But anyway, I do spend a lot of time watching other anglers, and I fish differently. If there's a lot of pressure, if everybody's fishing tight and shallow, I'm going to run deeper. I'll run the weed edge, or vice versa. I have no problem fishing open water. Do something different from, if there's a lot of pressure, do something different. Try to target muskies that are just not seeing baits, or target them in a way that they're not seeing. As Andy said, changing up the casting angle can be huge. Let's say this is an island and you're going down it, you're casting at it like this, and a fish comes out and follows. Well, that fish probably didn't turn around and go screaming back to where it came out of. Pull your boat over here, turn, and then cast back this direction, a 90-degree turn, and cast back. Give them just a different look, and that can make the difference sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, so you've heard a lot of really good answers so far, and if I want to just re-articulate your question, I get to a new piece of water, where do I start, how do I do it? I'm going to go back to my original answer that I gave to the first question when I go to a first piece of water. If I'm going to a first piece of water that's new, I'm going to go around that island, or that superstructure or whatever it is. I want to see the different winds, the different, what's going on. But I'm going to borrow one of Steve's terms. This is not my term, but it's something we've done forever. When you fish in my boat, we fish, it's a team sport. Steve said it a ton of times. I've not always said it's a team sport, but we always work as a group. If I've got 4 guys in a tiller boat or 2 guys in a boat, we are, especially our first times through, we are trying to gather information. I'm not always necessarily, I want to catch a fish, but the first time through on a new lake, I'm not always necessarily trying to catch that fish right away, but I'm trying to get information. I need to see where the fish are. I need to see where they're active. So I'm usually throwing a spinnerbait, a bucktail, and then the other person in the boat might be throwing a surface bait, but a bait that comes, if there's 2 people in my boat, we go 0.7 miles an hour typically. I cast both port and stern as well. I don't have a TV camera, so I don't have to worry about it. I try to always go with whatever current is going on. I'm an old river fisherman, so I'm always paying attention to the current, and I think you should always be going with the current. That's the way the food is coming along. I kind of cast back up, make sure my bait is coming with the current. And so when I'm first doing it, I'm really trying to gather information when I first get on a piece of water, more so than trying to catch that fish right away. I want to see what structures they're on, where the fish are located. And if I start getting those follows, then I'll start breaking down those points a little bit more, or delve into more of those spots in the lake. That's how I do it.
Here's another question back there. That was you. Yep.
What size line, and then is line tied directly to a lure, or do you use a leader, or?
Yep. Got it. So the question for the folks at home was size of line, leader, basically let's go the whole thing. Let's go from reel to rod all the way down to the bait.
All right, I've got in the spring, I'm going to have almost a bass size setup. So like a 250 size. I'm going to have 65-pound braid. Most of the time I have a floral leader. There's some great ones out here. I make a lot of my own, but then there's some that I buy that Stealth Tackle makes a brilliant leader. But then there's some type of leaders where you want a single strand piece of wire, depending upon like little twitch baits or even a 7-strand. Most of the time I have a fluoro. I used to always tie them direct. I've gotten lazy now. I'll buy existing ones. They make such good ones now. And then I'll go into my 3/4 to 3 ounce type baits. There I've usually got 80-pound braid on, same type of leader. There I've usually got a 400. And when I get into my 3 to 8 ounce type of lures, and the reason I'm saying these is they match the rods that I'm using. I usually have a 100-pound braid on there. Again, leader situation will be similar. Most of the time I'll have a 400. I do not jump up to 500 size reels. The reels, I think with 28-pound drags that you have on them now, I've got enough line capacity with the braid diameters that are out there. I used to jump up to 130 on my big rubber rods. I sometimes have 130, but a lot of times I'll go at 100, and I don't think I'm missing anything too much. The only time where I'm really looking there in the fall is I will sometimes switch from my fluoros to a 7-strand, because if the big rubber, a lot of times those big muskies are head hunting and they'll come from the front side. And so then I might go to a 7-strand, but you can look at my boat in the fall and half the time I won't. I'll still have my floral leaders on. So that's my disclaimer.
Okay.
I simplify the line choice a little bit more than Kevin. You know, you can throw just about anything up to about 8 inches in length, you know, musky lure size, with a medium heavy St. Croix rod. And the actions are similar between all the different levels of the rods. There's a reason why the Legend Elite is more expensive than Triumph. You know, it's just a better quality rod. There's better components, but the actions are similar. So if you can't afford the Legend Elite or Legend Tournament and you are going to buy a Premier or a Mojo or a Triumph, hey, just buy the same action. It's going to work for you. It's going to work the same way. You can throw most baits up to about 8 inches with a medium heavy. Anything over than that, you should go with the heavy. Length depends on, you know, how high up in the boat you are. You know, if you're in my big Vexus, well, you know, you need a longer rod. If you're in Kevin's Tuffy, well, a shorter rod, you know, gets by for you. Reel wise, I'm going to use typically a 400 size. I palm the reel. It feels more comfortable in my hand. You know, I've got big mitts, and so that works better for me. For the stuff that's 8 inches and less, line diameter and the leader really affects it, especially on the cast and then trying to get action out of the bait. I'll use 65-pound test braid, which has the diameter of 16-pound test monofilament. I wish we were fishing for 65-pound muskies, but that's not realistic. You have, with braid, you have to choose your line according to line diameter. You need something that, you know, that line doesn't stretch much, you know, 2% maybe, so it doesn't absorb shock well. So if you make a back kick or a backlash, and you've got 30-pound test braid with that long rod and all that energy going into it, you're probably going to break your line on the cast. Your bait goes sailing into the trees, which we don't want to do. 65-pound test is large enough that it's wide enough that it's going to absorb that shock better. It also, if you've got a fish pulling hard on you, it's not going to cut into itself on the reel. So that's where I start with 65-pound test. It also has that thinner diameter, so it's going to cast farther with a lighter weight bait. The leaders, I could do a whole seminar on leaders. I use 7 different leaders that Stealth makes. If you take anything away from this, go down those little twitch bait leaders with the smaller baits, because a larger leader, a heavier leader, the weight affects the action of the bait because smaller baits are less buoyant. The size and diameter of the leader in front of it creates more drag, and that also affects a smaller bait. For anything bigger than that, it may depend on what you prefer, what you think you should get out of the lure. But if you're going to throw that heavy action rod again, a 400 series reel, I'm going to just go to 100-pound test line. I'm not going to mess with 80. I'm just going to go to 100. That's only the diameter of 20-pound test monofilament. The leader, then you can get by the 90-pound 7-strand if you like that in what it does with your bait. I use a lot of fluorocarbon, 130-pound test. The 100, I've heard of people having 100 get bitten through. I've never had 130-pound test bitten through. And I've had it in the fish's mouth a lot. So you can go with larger leaders at that point because you got larger baits, and the larger baits are less affected by weight or by the leader drag or wind resistance as you're casting. So there's 2 setups: medium heavy, 65-pound test, 400 size reel for smaller stuff, heavy action for that. But that all said, as you get into this, you'll find that certain rods, like that medium heavy Mojo or that medium heavy Legend Tournament, certain rods will give a slightly different action to a bait. You might like that more, like that 8.6 medium heavy Legend Tournament with a twitch bait is incredible. There's a little bit more flex amidships in that rod that it'll impart just a little bit more action to that twitch bait. So I realize I'm a spoiled boy. I can fish with any St. Croix rod I want, but that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to get the most out of it, and with the different levels of rods and the different actions, I can do that. So be aware of that as you're throwing these baits. So
I run all 3 and 400 size. The 500 size, like Kevin said, are just huge, and I don't see a real need for that the way we fish. You get up in northern Minnesota, maybe some of those guys use stuff or get to Canada and that. I like the 3 and 400 size, whether, it's a medium or a medium heavy St. Croix musky rod, I'm usually running a 300 on that, and I'm either running 65 or 80 pound braid, depending on, you know, how heavy the baits are going to be and what, you know, what size in that 3/4 to 2 ounce or 3/4 to 3 ounce weight. If I switch over to a heavy or an extra heavy, I usually put a 400 size reel on there with a 100 pound braid. The only time I go heavier than that is with my live bait rods, my sucker rods in the fall. I run 130 pound braid, which is a little bit heavier. As far as leaders, if I'm running smaller baits, I'm usually running a single strand wire, hard wire. And like Steve said, I don't like to run under 130 pound fluorocarbon. I've got some 180 pound. You get on a high pressure water on clear water. It's a little bit pressured. Yeah, I don't think that leader is going to make that much of a difference to where that fish is going to bite or not bite. It could, but I run a lot of straight wire for my lighter stuff. And if like they mentioned, if you get into rubber or some of these heavier baits, I'll run like a 49 strand type of wire. That's a flexible wire. I don't run much 7 strand anymore. The 49 strand is more flexible. It's a lot stronger. So mainly I run that with the ball bearing swivel and a stay lock snap of according sizes. They make different sizes, all that stuff. So as long as your size fits the rod, fits the line, fits the bait, and fits your leader, your leader weight, you're in good shape.
Right.
Pretty much all my setups have 400 size reels on them. I do like some 500 for throwing bigger bucktails and bigger rubber. I guess for line wise, pretty much all 80 pound braid. On my bigger rubber, I'll go up to 100 pound braid. And then for my leader choice, pretty much all my rubber, I use all like 130 pound fluoro leader. And then like my Suics, my bucktails, everything else, I like to run a single strand wire. And all my leaders, I run a split ring on them. I've had a lot of issues with snaps. So pretty much all my baits, I put all a split ring on them. And then I just have a couple split ring pliers in the boat. And then that's how all my setups there.
So Brody, we're gonna break from here and from the audience to have you explain that bait that's in front of you right there.
This one here?
Flat tail.
Yeah.
Yeah. What in the dickens is that thing?
This is a Bomb Squad topwater. I forgot what model it is. It's their smaller version. What's CI4? Yeah. I really like to throw this flap tail, like fishing it really slow, like barely letting this blade spin. I don't like to fish it too fast. I don't know. I just got a lot of confidence in this. There's a lot of topwater baits out there, but I don't know. I've had some good luck on it.
Fantastic. There's a lot of eyes glued on that thing as it was sitting there. All right. So let's go back to the questions. Okay. Favorite ways or favorite way, singular, favorite way to catch muskies, Brody?
I like using rubber. I like to get aggressive. If I'm fishing above weeds, I really like to cast out up shell and rip it back, and then once it gets a little deeper, kind of side rip back to the boat. But that's my favorite way to catch them is on rubber.
My favorite way would have to be running live bait in the fall. Get those cold days, as long as you're dressed for it. You got less tourists, you got less boaters on the water. The water mosquitoes, i.e. jet skis, aren't out there. You've got a little bit more time to yourself out there. You might have to deal with some other crazy anglers that are out there when it's 25, 30 degrees out, but that's my favorite thing. The clicker goes off on that reel. It's like a drug to a live bait muskie angler because you don't know if that's a 25-inch pike or a 50-inch muskie on the other line, end of the line. I like it. Another reason is it's better for the welfare of the fish because the water's colder. You just have to be quick with your hook sets and do those properly so you don't injure the fish. That's my favorite thing to do because it's just a blast in the fall. I love the sucker fishing. I've had the feeding windows in the fall are generally intense but very short, very intense, very short, and I'd have to take my shoes off to count how many times I've had 2 muskies in the net at the same time in the late fall, and over half of those I've been by myself. So the pucker factor takes in effect. I catch one on a bait, I net it, and I'm taking the net off, and all of a sudden the sucker rod goes out, and I'm thinking, what the hell am I going to do?
And, you know, I run, I guess it's the XXL drifter net that's plenty deep, plenty big. And on my Recon, that step tape is on there, so I'm not scratching the gunnel. And I don't know who ever seen my keys, but I run the gunnel. I run that rod tip right on the gunnel, stretch it out and pull it straight down. So I kind of use the leverage of my boat to net that muskie. And I've never lost a muskie netting both of them. That's my biggest fear is, holy crap, what am I going to do? And that is a heck of a feeling when you're by yourself in the middle of a lake and you're unhooking one from the net and the other one goes off. You're like, I got to set this quick. I don't want to kill this fish, you know, have it swallow this sucker. So you're like, you just have to suck it up and drive on. So my favorite way is however they're biting. You know, you have to learn to be versatile, you know, to whatever the fish want. If I had to pin it down to something, you know, my best numbers days typically come early in the season because the fish tend to be concentrated. They haven't been harassed since last fall, so they're a little bit dumber. I love open water fishing, you know, and it hasn't been great yet for me, at least for me. But I love open water fishing because the fish tend to be better quality. They tend to be a little bit cleaner, you know, less beat up than the ones you get out of weeds, because not many people fish for them, so they don't get caught as often. If I had to pick just one time of the year to fish, it would be the pre-turnover bite when the thermocline starts breaking down. Typically, that's, you know, the water temp's like 53 to 68. You know, typically the lakes turn over around 53, 54 degrees. But if you want to narrow it down even further, the best is going to be 58 to 65. All the fish, at least as far as the ones that are going to bite, typically will go shallow. Shallow is relative to water clarity. 6 feet in real dark water, 12 feet clear water typically will work for you. A real aggressive presentation, big bucktails, minnow baits, top waters, and if you get a cold front, throw a suet. And that you get big fish up shallow, wanting an aggressive presentation. I try to be on the water as much as I can at that time. So,
Kevin,
I don't like this question. I can't just pick one. You know, I've listened to these guys, and it's true. If I have to pick my favorite, if I have to, it's in my canoe on one of those remote Canadian Shield lakes that other people can't get into with their boats, with a suic on one of the feeder streams that are coming in, and because when that fish hits that bait, the best drag I've got is that canoe because it's going to drag me, especially the bigger ones. You get them once they get about 42 inches, they're going to drag that canoe around. Canoe only takes about 4 pounds tension when you're going forward with it. If I need to, I'll kneel. I'll turn my canoe sideways. I actually use my canoe a little bit more as a drag, and that is a freaking kick. It is amazing because typically I don't have a net with me, so I'm going to have to hand land it. Sometimes I'm on shore, sometimes I'm in the canoe. My canoe is a fancy backpack at that point in time. But if it's my favorite, if I dream in the middle of the night, that's the fish. That fish right there, that method. Now I love all these other methods. I freaking love a figure 8 fish. I love a surface bait fish. I love my suic fish. But if I have to answer with one, it's gonna be the canoe on my 7-inch suic with only one treble fish and a feeder creek.
we've got diversity in the panel, but again, the Suic name continues to come up over and over again. That's great. That's great. Steve, you're going to go last on this one because you did your seminar last year on this one, and it was absolutely fantastic. It was a lot. So we're going to have you go last on this question to kind of fill in the gaps. But, Kevin, do you believe weather changes during the day affect fish activity?
Yes.
Yes.
I will drive from one end of the lake to the other. If I see all of a sudden I'll feel that breeze go from the back of my neck here to the back of my neck there, or all of a sudden I'll see a cloud come over and I've been working a couple fish and I've got a big fish going. I don't care how far I have to go, how much gas I got to run. I'm going to light it up. I'm going to go to that fish right then and there. Yes.
Got it. Andy.
Absolutely. It might be just the smallest little thing. It could be a cloudy day where the sun pops out for 5 minutes. Fish turn on. It could be a day when it's cloudy and it starts to rain for a few minutes. Fish turn on. Or vice versa. It's been raining all day. It stops for a few minutes. Wind changes. The wind's blowing from one direction and stops because it's going to change from a different direction. The fish will bite during that period. I've had a lot of pictures where I remember it being flat calm and I look in the picture, I'm like, there was a ripple on the water. I don't remember a ripple on the water. Just little things like that that you might not have noticed in the boat that you notice after the fact. So yeah, little changes like that, little changes in the barometer, and just the smallest of things can turn these fish on.
Brody.
Yeah, pretty much what both of they said. The small changes from dead calm to the wind pickup, from bright blue skies and the clouds rolling. It's that small little windows that make those fish go. So.
All right, Steve, I will never look at a set of clouds that are coming in after high pressure and not think of you saying wispy clouds.
Yeah, when clouds are breaking up, you've had overcast and rainy, and then all of a sudden they start to get real feathery on the edges. Say you're done. If you're going to catch a muskie in those conditions, God bless you. But you've got to be a student of this game. The fish know what's going on. You've got to know what's going on, and it can be as simple as the moon. I watch 2 apps. I got 2 apps on my phone that I use, and I look at them every day. I go fishing. One is ISOLunar. It's like $4.95 for a perpetual license. That gives you the times of moonrise, moonset, moon overhead, moon underfoot, sunrise, sunset. All key times, can be key times. Yesterday didn't mean a thing. We got 3 muskies, completely opposite of what everything there. But at times it's money. Then there's the Musky Hunter app, which is free. I get nothing for telling you to get these apps. And I had a guy email me, should I get the Musky Hunter app? Blah, 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 blah. It's free. Why are you even bothering me with this question? And what that does that's different is it ties into about 20 different factors that we believe. I helped write some of it, but I'm not a guru so far as creating an app. 20 different factors that affect muskies. And the biggest thing besides the moon that it ties into is the local weather station. And so you can pull it up. It's pretty much can be very accurate sometimes as far as predicting when the weather's going to come in and when the fish are going to bite. Building clouds are always good. If you see like a herringbone pattern on the sky, sailors used to call that a mackerel sky. And that is always a precursor to weather coming. And that's always a good time to be fishing, especially as the sky starts to fill in and starts to turn kind of whitish to gray. That white sky, I've got fish pictures with the white sky behind me. It's a great time because the weather's coming in. These guys talk about wind shifts, changes in intensity, direction. That all matters. Light changes, it all matters. And if you can put together the pattern on what's, if you look at, okay, what made this fish bite today or what made this fish bite now, and you can replicate it, well, you get a pattern and just play that out as long as you can. And that sometimes you can, you walk off the water, you get off the water and you feel like you could walk on the water. Well, I'm not going to say that, but you can feel like it sometimes. You had a good day where you had several muskies in the boat and it all kind of came together the way you predicted. Yeah, and then the next day you get your butt handed to you.
Humbly.
Yes.
So we're going to shake the can of worms and then open them a little bit to what you just talked about. We're going to talk about moon here. Okay, so Brody, do you believe moon phases affect fish activity?
Yes and no. Like Steve said, I pay attention to those apps on my phone. I like to plan my day by them moon phases, but like changing weather, like we were talking about, I kind of pay attention to that more.
Got it. Andy?
Yes, I do believe in the moon, and we're 100% illumination, so we should be on the water today. It's a full moon, but I just had to double check so I didn't sound like an idiot. But I know I was at 96% a couple of days ago. So yeah, the moon does matter, but as something that Steve has always said, and this is not a political statement, is weather trumps the moon.
You just stole my joke.
I've heard you speak enough that I know it. So yeah, weather does trump the moon if you've got crappy weather and a good moon phase. But I've learned over the years, all fish over 44 inches in my boat have come within plus or minus 4 days of a full or new moon, which is like 48.9% of the time. So it does mean something. But if I think it was Steve earlier, said that muskies are opportunistic. If you give that fish a chance to eat during, it might not be on a moon phase, but you might be in a certain 3 or 4 day window where that fish gets a chance to eat, it might decide it wants to eat if you run that bait close enough to its face and get it in a strike zone. So yeah, moon does matter, but if the weather's crap, the moon might not matter. So
You know, the moon, we all evolved from the sea. Okay, so why the moon creates the tides? Why shouldn't it affect animals, critters, us? Talk to any emergency room doctor or nurse, you know, or police officer. They'll tell you that people go crazy around a full moon. It happens. We don't know why. The fish don't know why. But you know, as Andy said, weather trumps the moon, and weather is first and foremost what you have to pay attention to. But those days when you have the tough weather conditions and the fish just aren't moving, and you think they should be moving and they aren't for whatever reason, we can't figure it out. You got to pay attention to the moon because it may give you that one shot that makes your day complete. And that's that. And I've seen it not just with muskies. I've seen it happen with bass and walleyes, crappies, turkeys, deer, moose. I've seen good things happen around the moon. Pay attention to it.
Yeah.
Well, if you've ever been on a trip with me, I tend to be very analytical about stuff like this. And I have a spreadsheet that everybody goes on a trip with me, and it goes out about January. Sunrise every hour, sunrise, sunset, moonrise, moonset, moon overhead, moon underfoot. Sometimes only one of those things will occur outside sunrise, sunset, but the moon, and they're all, my sunrise has a 3-hour window. I'm going to be on the water. My sunset, there's going to be a 3-hour window. I'm going to be on the water. Any of the moon events, I have a 2-hour that are in those 1-hour segments. And that's when I'm going to fish for sure. In between we'll eat, in between we'll nap, in between we'll sleep. But I'm going to be on the water at those times. Now, if there's a storm coming, then again, it's been stated many times, weather trumps it. But in January, I can tell when the moonrise and moonset, moon overhead, moon underfoot, sunrise, sunset's going to be, and that's in our plan. It is in our plan. Our meals are planned accordingly around it. And then once we're on the water, then we track that each day, and that's when we take our breaks. We do not take lunch or breakfast or supper or dinner when any of those events are going on. We are on the water fishing. We've read about it for 30 years, how good those time frames are, but yet we go on a trip and we get up kind of lazy for breakfast, and we go out after the sunrise is done, and then there's a moon event, but we're tired because we've been fishing all day, so that's the time we're kind of napping in the middle of the boat. And then in the evening, we go in because we want cocktails, but we're not on the water when we should be. So I've got spreadsheets, and they're Google Drive. And if you go on a trip with me, you're going to get Google Drive that in January, and that's just the way it is. So
You did get Dr. Pepper to the number 2 spot.
Yes, yep.
But it was abiding by your spreadsheet.
Yes, it was.
There you
It
go.
was.
Perfect.
Yep.
All right, time to take some questions from you guys. Any questions from the audience side? There we go, right back.
Speaking on how well we have to take care of all them fish and catch and release, how many times in a year have you caught that same fish? I mean, and then how many years in between you think you've caught the same fish?
I'm going to jump on one. Just last year, my partner got a fish. It's 46 3/4. You know, got pictures and everything. We got that thing back in the water as quick as we could. Next day, we were fishing the same general spot, and I got one. I was walking the dog. Thing came just busted up out of the water. We took a quick measurement, about 47 inches. We're back that night. We're looking at our pictures. That fish, my fish, had a cut on the back tail. We looked at his fish. His fish had the same cut on it. It was 2 days apart. One was on a bucktail, one was walking the dog. I don't know. These guys have much better records, but you see it. Those fish, if you take care of them, they're resilient. You know, and get them in that water as quick as you can. You know, you guys have all heard, you know, how to handle a fish, but yeah, it's important. But if you get them back, they're ripping, ready, rare to go. I caught the same fish 3 times in 20 minutes through the ice once back in 1987 on Lake Wingra. I built a snowman on the hole so nobody would ever go fish through it again. And it had my treble hook in the mouth that I just cut quick, and I couldn't get out. The next time I got it, it had the treble hook. I cut it, and I no more put a shiner down again. I got it again, and that was in 20 minutes. So, you know,
I've caught the same fish multiple times the same season. We just had an example last year. The biggest tiger muskie I ever had in my boat, 45.5 inches. Gentleman caught it with me last June. And it was part of our June muskie school that Jim Sarek and I teach, University of East Sussex. And the guides always have a side text string going, and if somebody starts catching fish or gets on a pattern, we start sharing that. Or if the fishing stinks, everybody's commiserating. And I sent out that picture of that big tiger. I was fired up about it. It was the guy's biggest fish and everything else. And Rob Mathai, who owns the resort, he texts me right back. He says, Moss Bar? Well, he knew exactly where it had been caught. And because we caught it in June, 45.5 inches, Rob had a client catch it in September of the year previous, 45.5 inches. And then Rob also had caught that same fish like 2 or 3 years before at 42.5 inches, all 3 times off the same spot. Now, how many times has that fish been caught? The 2 friends here have it 3 times total in their boat. I caught the same 45 inch, we'll call it, Lake of the Woods one time off the 2 stalks of cabbage along a rock wall. I caught it on a Suic, and then I was back there. We were up there teaching school then. Buddy and I go up. We're back there 2 weeks later. Fish comes in behind my cowgirl. I start swinging it around in the figure 8. I see it's got a piece of white hanging off its face. Oh, it's not going to eat. And I hang the cowgirl out there. Well, it ate it. And I go to pick it up. He's got a notch in his lower jaw. I'm like, okay, we're going to take a picture of this side of the fish because I remember this from 2 weeks ago. Same side, and the markings on a muskie are like fingerprints to us. Match it up. Yeah, caught that fish 15 days apart from the same 2 stalks of cabbage on the same rock wall. The longest I ever have been involved with, in 2007, I caught a 48-incher off a rock spine on Lake of the Woods with cabbage on around it. Really cool spot. It hit a double cowgirl, ghost color. And I caught it. It was maybe 25 pounds. It was not heavy or anything. In 2014, my best friend and I are fishing together. He caught it off the same exact spot. I mean, not the same exact bait, but the same color and style of bait. Cowgirl, ghost color. And we get in the net, and I looked at it, and I said, we caught this fish before, and it wasn't the one I thought we had. And I had to go all the way back to 2007, but here I matched it up. And it had gone from 48 inches and maybe 25 pounds to 51 and a half and 35 pounds. So in 7 years, it only grew 3.5 inches, but it didn't miss a meal during that time either. So,
Yeah, I don't have the good a story as Steve's got there, but we've had fish that we've caught back-to-back years. I had one fish, I don't even remember what year it was. We caught it same fish twice in one day. In the morning I had a client out, and we put this fish in the net. I forget what bait it was casting, and it was in I think late September or October, and I got it in the net. I'm like, man, that fish looks malnourished for this body of water. I'm like, these fish out here are fat. We bring it up and realize it was blind in one eye, and it could have been an accident from being caught before. Well, client goes to set a hook on a sucker, a different client that afternoon, and bring it up, and I'm like, what the heck? That fish looks familiar. Put it in the net, sure enough, and the fish was not. I'll just say that the fish wasn't really smart because it hung out of the sucker and never had a hook in its mouth. It got in the net and just kind of hung there for a little bit because the hooks were caught in the net. After about 8 seconds, it finally dropped. It says, "Oh, I guess I'm not hooked." And so that's my best story of the one-eyed, half malnourished muskie we caught twice in one day.
Brody. I guess I haven't been fishing these lakes as long as these guys have, but these fish, I don't know, it takes a while for them to grow the big as they can be. So hooks are cheap. If it's hooked bad, I'll just cut it and get that fish back in the net, get it in the water as quick as I can. I'm young. I'm going to fish these lakes the rest of my life, so I want to take good care of these fish. I want my kids and my grandkids to catch them. So,
yeah, it's absolutely amazing the care that the muskie community preaches to themselves, okay, to make sure that the fish are taken care of. Again, these fish take a while to get to where, where they're at right now. There's a YouTube video we just put out. Gus Manti, a guy from over Eagle River, caught a fish on camera, 9 hours for that fish on the water. And the photographer that was with him typically shot bass, okay? And they had invested 9 hours into catching this once-in-a-lifetime tiger. Absolutely beautiful fish. But the photographer wasn't used to photographing a musky guy. And with the bass, typically photographers are used to pick them out of the water, take multiple pictures of them. No, to Gus's credit, it was, hey, photographer, we've got 45 seconds a minute with this fish and it's going in no matter what. And the photographer is, wow, that is amazing, the commitment to getting that fish back in the water and on its way. It's amazing how you can, living on and looking at the lakes up here, when we get really warm water temperatures, how musky fishing shuts down. There is no musky police that's out there, but it's amazing how anglers police themselves to keep the fish healthy. So credit to the community and the education that's behind it. All right, we're getting close to our end here. I'm going to ask you one question, not bait related, not suet related, not rod related. It seems like every musky angler has a musky mentor that they looked up to, they read about, that kind of helped them learn along. Now, Brody, I'm going to start with you. We're going to work all the way to Kevin, and we'll close it out. Brody, who is the musky mentor?
I guess there's a lot of legends out there. I don't know. I spend a lot of time just listening to podcasts and a lot of time on YouTube learning every single day. But like, there's a lot of good local guides up here, like Steve, Andy, Jeff Van Mortel's another good guide. I listen to a lot of their podcasts and a lot of their videos.
Got it. Andy?
Yeah, I guess the original one would have probably been Joe Bucher early on in his show days. And one thing I'm going to add is he preached hook sharpening. Well, guess where my hook sharpener always is? And Christian, we were out bass fishing on Memorial Day, and Christian says, my bass hook is dull. So I pulled my hook sharpener. It says, typical musky guy. It's right in my pocket there where I know it is. And my wife, I think, just left the room, but I could be at a wedding or a funeral, and I've got that hook sharpener in my pocket. Honest to God, that hook sharpener's there all the time, because if I forget it, we're in trouble. But so that I learned that from Joe years ago. And I'd say other than that, there's been a lot of big names out there, but I got to say, and I'm not trying to kiss Steve's hand. See what I did there? I'm not trying to kiss Steve's hand, but he's one of those guys that has never had an ego with stuff, yet he's a very important person in the musky community. And this is from my heart. And there's a lot of people out there that walk around like they're big and tough, and because they've got the name recognition. But I'd say in their last 20 plus years, I'd have to say it's been Steve.
Steve.
Well, okay, first, Andy, I think I owe you. Honest to God. I was very fortunate when I was younger. When I started, a lot of what I learned was on my own. I got to the point I thought I knew what I was doing, and then I wrote the book Musky Mastery. And the premise of that book was, at the time, I figured there were 11 different ways of catching a muskie, at least in Wisconsin. So I booked a day to fish with the guide who I figured was the best one to teach that technique. And then I wrote about how they went about doing that technique, all the way down to the specific rod, weight and action and brand and everything else. And then also wrote about, to make it interesting, what happened on the day on the water. And that also showed me how much I didn't know. And, that's where I became a student of the moon. I'm not going to bore everybody with that story that Bucher, when he made the prediction of when the muskies were going to bite that day and told me exactly when the big one was going to bite. It's all true. So that was like an apprenticeship. And then, so I was very fortunate in that respect. But it also taught me that this is a game that we can never stop learning from. I learned, I listened to every guide I respect, I know and respect. I will listen to what they have to say. And, That includes Andy. You're welcome.
I think I got a Benjamin in here for you.
I was only offering you a 20, but anyway, so, you know, you have to listen to what other people are doing because you're one person. There are so many other people out there with other experiences. And if you can learn from their experience, hey, that's one more notch toward being a Muskie legend that you could, one more step that you can take. And so with Muskie Hunter, I tried, you know, if it was a really good article, I tried to pay attention to what was going on there and try to figure out how I could use that myself. So the best thing I can say is, you know, look to the people that you think are good fishermen and just pay attention to what they're doing and try to learn from it. And that way you can be a better angler too. And as you learn, try to help others. I mean, the sport doesn't continue without taking kids fishing or helping other people. You know, there's a lot of people who like to get involved in fishing. They don't know how. So you know, take them along. Kevin.
When I started fishing, they didn't have Musky Hunter. They didn't have YouTube. They didn't have podcasts. They had Sports Afield, Field and Stream, and a little local one called Fishing Facts. And I think I got my first subscription to Fishing Facts. It was in the real early 70s. I still have my oldest one I could find was from August of 1976. But the only guys you could find writing about it really back then were Tony Rizzo and Joe Booker. Those were the two guys. But they only came out, I don't even know if it was monthly. I think it was like 7 issues a year or something like that.
It was 7 or 8.
Yeah. So you didn't even you'd get maybe 7 issues a year, and maybe only 2 of them had a Muskie article. And they were, quite frankly, they were fairly boilerplated. Rizzo and Booker are geniuses, and then Booker came out with a book. I think it was like of when to use certain colors. And then was it 1987 when they started Muskie Hunter, or was it
February, March 1989
or 89? And that's when the first time we got to have really concentrated muskie information. And I've known Steve since 94. Well, it was before you were at Muskie Hunter.
Yeah, I was about 7 then.
Yeah. So, but I remember he was still with Outdoor News, and I realized he liked muskie fishing, and we started talking. But then Muskie Hunter came around, and we got all this great information. It was amazing. But you go to seminars. So I'm going to go with Tony Rizzo, Joe Booker, and I'm going to go with Steve Herbert. I met Steve many years ago. I fished with Steve in 1984 for the first time, and Steve is a character, a wealth of information. There's a lot of personality involved, and you could go through all that in that era. But then it did come to Muskie Hunter. But now it's YouTube and podcasts, and some of the best muskie fishermen I know, none of you guys know, none of these guys know. And then some of your buddies have some really great instincts, or maybe they're not buddies, but they're a friend of a friend. They've got gills, they've got that sixth sense. Pay attention to those guys because they haven't read all the articles. They haven't seen the YouTubes. So they're not regurgitating something they think they have to say. There's too many people that regurgitate what they think they have to say. Watch those guys, because those guys, you can really learn a lot. They work their rods different. They work a spot different. They work lures different. You're like, you can't do it that way. That's not the way the article says you're supposed to do it. And all of a sudden they catch a bunch of fish. And you're like, yeah, never mind.
Never stop learning.
Yeah, so just keep an open mind. So my mentors, though, Rizzo, Booker, then Herbie, and quite frankly, then the Muskie Hunter. And I'm going to give that to Booker and Hiding, the guy that's sitting right here. So
Jim Sarek owned it.
Well, Sarek did own it. Yeah. But I bumped into Steve way back in the early days, and so I'll give that credit. But yeah, there you go.
Guys, a round of applause for our Muskie. Was fantastic. Thank you very much. I can't think of a better way to enter seminar day. So again, thanks for joining us for customer appreciation. The weather never materialized, but the event did. So thank you very much.
The plan better weather could be out there. Thank you, gentlemen. Thanks, Brody. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
How do you handle it?
I can take up to about a 42 or 44 from behind the deck.
Steve?
What I'll do is I'm going to bring them up. I've got to watch my rods. I don't like rods that are too long because it puts the rod tip on there. And I work it so that
Yes, you guide on the
yes.
do you have any
It's
Oh, yeah, I got some stuff.
But that's why
Just give me a call.
Yeah, so, I got a lot of